This is Gamer 1745 here. Getting ready. Well, we're already streaming if you're hearing my voice, but getting ready to make some episodes. So we're going to be starting off doing some, basics, setup, see where we are, what's going on. Okay, landing craft are coming back. What happened to... Oh, no, that's right. They came back and dropped troops off and then started to head back. That's right. I'm pretty sure that that's what happened. Yeah, because we have like these near shattered units here. We're definitely not well prepared for this war. Yeah. How do I get these guys out of here? Send these guys this way. And hey, Toy Jet, how you doing, my friend? I'm doing very good. I'm doing very good. A little, sort of tired from just waking up type things, but I'm doing well. This is a pretty good... Sun is here. Hello, over on YouTube, and Ragnar is also here on Twitch. We need to start another Gallipoli. U.S. should lose much more than the U.K. Thus, prove Churchill Patton is far better leader. And hello, Mr. Duck. Well, we had I don't know if Tripoli, but, or Gallipoli, sorry, Gallipoli. We did have the attempt at trying to get Tangiers that failed. We're going to try it again, because I think it's a good plan. We are just really unprepared for this. I am unprepared for this, however you say it. I'm not trying to blame others, but... July 43, so July of this year, August we'll get a second armored division. We'll get some... Here in April, we get 3 more divisions as it is, some more escorts. Coming. Oh, we need to get these convoys escorts to the top. I think they were event drop thing. So get that to the top and get those. Escorts and convoys out here. Keep everything flowing for us at least. Okay. They're doing well. These guys are doing okay. Pulling around. Now, take a look at the naval map. Well, these brown ones are either ours or like British or like 7. I don't know what convoys 7 are coming out here the past week. Is Britain trying to send stuff this way? Some of these might have been us, because this periodically changes along this path line here. what do you think about Biden's CHIPS Act and his plan to bring back manufacturing in the U.S.? How would America get high-skilled workers for the semiconductor industry? Okay, well, there's I don't know the details of the CHIPS Act. Okay, just I hardly even. I know that there has been some legislation either enforced or planned to. I think it's already out that will help fund building of manufacturing of chip fabrication in the United States. I understand that. Beyond that, I really don't have any idea of the plans. Just that they're throwing money at the situation. Now, they may be doing more than just throwing money at it, but they are throwing money at it. Again, you can throw money at the people, but America has this really nice ally over here called Israel. Israel gets a lot from America, and I would say owes a lot to America. And one of the big main chip manufacturers for IBM is in Israel. And they are, I saw a video recently, within the last 6 months for sure, could be sooner than that, but that had a tour of the place, which is very rare. It's, I don't know those who watch Linus Tech Tips channel. He went there and got very inside the fabrication, and it is a base level fabrication, not like an AIB board partner assembly thing. It's a base level fabrication plant there in Israel. And they were, I think it was announced that they're doubling, while he was there, they're doubling the size of the factory. Well, I don't know what that does for the size of active chip production, whether that doubles the amount of chips, or maybe just because you're doubling the factory, maybe it only gives you 50% more actual manufacturing, or maybe it gives you 150% more. I don't know. But they're making it a lot bigger in Israel right now, presumably as we speak, because I don't think it was anywhere near completed, maybe about halfway through the expansion plans that they had. So, okay, that's IBM, which I still think is you don't always know on these companies, but I still think is an American-based company. Well, there's a bunch of workers there that if you need Americans to, instead of Israelis, to work in American plants, send them to Israel and get them trained in Israel. Money talks. The U.S. has a long-term standing alliance of one sort or another. At one point, it was the recognized, obvious main government of China, even though the Red Chinese had taken over. I think it was around 1975, that they switched over from recognizing the Republic of China on Taiwan as the main government of China to recognizing the CCP, but still has that there. And there you have, what is it? I forget the initials, but it's TS. I guess it's TSMC or something. Taiwan Industry Semiconductor Manufacturing. I don't know. Is what is there, and they like to buy a lot of and have access to a lot of American weapons, and so this was one of the main chip fabrication places in the world. And you could probably say to them, we need training for some of our personnel. And you're going to be training one of your competitors, but hey, does your government want to continue to have good and friendly relations with America? Hey, train up some of these people here in Taiwan. Again, yes, your competitor, but also, hey, yes, you may be investing in so you maybe end up being part ownership of whatever American, because The critical thing is who owned or where it is, because let's say if it's 100% U.S. owned, but it's sitting in the middle of China, China can cut that off instantaneously, and nationalize it, or like Germany did during World War II. To at least to my knowledge, all the American companies that existed, manufacturing companies, were never nationalized by the Nazis, but the Nazis just continued like. Opel Blitz was a wholly owned subsidiary of General Motors, I believe. Correct me if anybody wants to while I'm wrong. And I know some other people have said some things. I'll get to it in just a moment. But Opel Blitz, the Blitz truck, the famous German, and I think the one that was used the most, though Germany used a lot of different trucks during World War II, was wholly owned by Chrysler during World War II, and it was producing exclusively for the German army and the German army's benefit. I don't think there were any Americans left at the plant by that point. By America's entering the war, I don't know if they had left before before December 7th, or if they were allowed out or whatever. But they continued on. Now, does Chrysler benefit really from it? Oh, and Germany continues to pay for every single truck or other things manufactured by these plants, because also Ford Motor Company also had at least two primary manufacturing, not like just assembly, but manufacturing plants in Germany. And they continued to produce trucks and other things for the Third Reich. Well, they just put all the money in a bank account for Ford or for GM. Now, after the war, Reichsmarks were worth zero. So, and I know the Ford Motor Company plant was bombed and partially damaged. Now, maybe, when all is said and done, the factory ownership and the factory whatever might have been worth something, maybe even something more than it did at the start of the war. But neither of those two major manufacturers really made, they weren't like making tons of money selling to the Nazis while also, selling to the U.S. or something, like as if they're being traders. Because the Reichsmark was worth nothing. They weren't being paid in gold or in, U.S. dollars or something. So so it really didn't benefit them as a corporation or something like that. And as far as I know, prior to the war, none of them used slave workers. And if they did use slave workers, again, modern day Ford and GM, post-war Ford and GM didn't benefit from slave workers or anything like that. So, if there's a wholly owned chip manufacturer, if there is, I don't think there is, but if there is in China, just because the way China does things, they have allowed foreign investment, but generally speaking, the majority ownership of any facility has to be owned by Chinese nationals, I believe, the majority of the ownership. I know there is a Tesla factory in China, and I don't know if they're making Tesla cars or Tesla batteries or Tesla whatever. Recently, and I know I'm on the topic, I'll check the chat out in a minute. Recently, because I and millions of other people follow Elon Musk's Twitter account. He recently tweeted that he walked the whole length of the manufacturing for Tesla automobiles in Germany, wherever it is in Germany. Saying, get to see it in operation, and also to say hi to the workers, and as a motivation, but positive motivation to the workers. But I also think it's a see how things are going, get feedback from the workers, make sure everything's working good. And someone suggested that he should do that for the factory in China. And Elon Musk tweeted back, "Well, I'd love to, and I will as soon as I can," or something like that. Well, I don't think Elon Musk dares go to China. There is too much kidnapping risk, and by the Chinese government, I would say. So I don't know who and how much, and it would be stupid ridiculous to go there. Now, I know that I believe they've let the woman that the U.S. government asked Canada to hold, one of the really high corporate women in I forget what company in China, Tencent or somebody, in Canada, but finally Canada released her. She was supposed to be extradited to the United States, and so China kidnapped a bunch of Canadians, on spying charges or corruption or whatever claimed crime. I mean, they at least had some sort of vague claim of a crime, not just picked up random Canadians, but basically picked up random Canadians until they got her released. I believe she's been released back to China now instead of going to the United States to face criminal charges that have been filed against her in the United States. So I would be shocked if Elon Musk was stupid enough to go to China now. So yeah, it doesn't really matter if the company is owned by, say, a Taiwanese company ownership, or if it's owned by an American ownership, so long as it's in the United States. You could have, if all the workers or enough of the workers or whatever was somehow loyal to, a Communist Party of China, they might be able to damage that, because that's more sensitive manufacturing, say, than a steel plant. Damage it enough in a sabotage way. But if it's, a relatively friendly nation like Taiwan, even if it's being invaded, and the few Taiwanese or whatever working in the factory in the U.S. probably wouldn't try to sabotage the factory. So it really doesn't matter so much who owns it, though I would more like to give U.S. government money to a U.S. ownership than to foreign ownership. It's where it's manufactured. It's ultimate control over it. So I think again, like I say, other than that I know they're throwing money at it, and I don't remember how much, and I know a couple other people have stated a few things, so I'll check on that in a moment. I don't know the plan, but so it's not that hard to get workers trained, because again, for the U.S., Taiwan, Israel, at least that I know of, two main plants that have the knowledge to make these products, make the wafers and do what, base level silicon production and whatnot, are in very friendly to the U.S. countries, and I think would be very willing to train workers in America to do so. And I think that whether it's IBM, which again I say is a U.S. manufacturing company, so that isn't really a big issue there. But TSMC or whatever in Taiwan also knows that, yes, part of the chip shortage was COVID related, but as much or more was simply increased demand more than people thought there would be. And so the orders, so I think, long term, there's unlike socialist, and this is where Gamer sometimes gets, party political. Socialists look at the economy and see a pie and want their fair share of the pie, where capitalists look at it and say, hey, well, let's just get a bigger pie. It's not your share of the pie. No, how much workers, how much pie do you need? Beyond you can only eat so much pie in a day, and otherwise it goes bad. So the capitalist just wants to make the pie bigger so that everybody has enough of the pie. Now they may get most of the pie, but they want it to grow bigger instead of just give out percentage shares to workers or whatever else, a capitalist versus a socialist. So I think the ongoing needs for chips in things is just going to continue. Combination of, in the most advanced countries like the United States or Europe or Japan or wherever, more chips in cars or washing machines and refrigerators and whatever other, let alone a CNC, electronic CNC machine or whatever, that needs chips to do it there, plus into the heard a description, and I think it's from reality based, was in somewhere in this part of Africa, probably within here, forget what country they specified, but this part, like a Maasai warrior or something, after killing a gazelle with a spear, he's climbing a tree to get better cell service to find out where to go sell that gazelle for the best price, which village, in which direction. So a guy using a spear to kill a wild animal to feed himself and others is also has a semiconductor chip somewhere on him, talking to cell towers and whatnot. So even base level of technology is spreading into the most primitive parts of the planet. And then you have second tier and other middling tiers of, hello Arno, I'll say hi to everybody here in a minute, if other new people, but welcome here, Arno, just noticed. So I don't think it's going to overly hurt like TSMC or whatever in Taiwan, because of there's just, yes, I know theoretically they could keep expanding their plants, but at some point really they don't need the whole market, even if they could have it. So it's a big enough market out there. Okay, let me go back up and see if U.S. should train their own workers for chip industry. Main problem, U.S. fabs, as workers are not willing to work 12 hours long days for peanuts. Yeah, well, part of and more commentary from Gamer here. People worry and put too much weight into what politicians say. We're for the workers. Or, trust me, I never lie. And they go after Trump. Trump lies. Yeah, I have the biggest audience watched my, inauguration. They go, look at crowd size. It was way down from Obama's. Well, Trump may have been meaning like on TV and on the internet, not just in person, but he doesn't explain himself, because he knows if he's explaining himself, he's losing. So maybe, and I don't remember the exact quote that Trump said. Maybe he meant in person, and maybe he thought he had the biggest one, but he isn't going to acknowledge, criticism and that, just because the way Trump is. So whether he lied or just thought he was saying the truth and misspoke, don't fucking care what Trump says. Don't care what any politician really says. You care what they do, okay? You care the laws they pass. You care the laws they vote for, even if it doesn't pass, but what they vote for. So if they vote for something, and it might not pass, but at least you know where they're at. So for all of the Democrats and Republicans, this isn't partisan on this question, that want to protect American industry, their actions have been saying since the 1990s, move industry out of America. Move it to China, move it to India, move it to somewhere else, because they pursue policies that encourage everything to go, whether it's a help desk or a chip manufacturing, a telephone help desk, somebody calls it, how do I fix something, or get customer service, to move it out of America. So their policies have been to move jobs out of America, whatever the hell they've been saying. So everyone who complains about Trump, I mostly ignore them. I ignore their complaints about Trump unless they tell me a policy. No, well, Trump says, or Trump visited this, or Trump said this about Putin. He could have said it about anybody. I don't care. What did he do? What policies? We all know that Trump encouraged, and they did that major invasion of Ukraine under Putin because Putin wanted to invade Ukraine. Oh, wait a minute. Putin waits until Trump is gone. That proves Trump is Putin's puppet. So if Trump had forever remained president, Putin would not have invaded Ukraine, because Trump is Putin's puppet, and Putin really doesn't want to invade Ukraine. He's just being forced to, but since he's telling Trump to do things that keeps, hey guys, I got all these generals, they want to invade. Trump, you act like a crazy man for me, please, because you're my puppet. So I don't have to invade Ukraine, because I'm really, I'm just a nice, cool dude. It's these generals that just want a war. And so Trump, you keep acting like a madman and make it give, so I can give an excuse for my generals why we can't invade Ukraine this week. So if any of you fucking believe that Trump was some sort of Putin's puppet by this point, you're out of touch with fucking reality, people, if you really think so. And it was Trump's unstableness that made Putin go, what the fuck will he do if I invade Ukraine? Maybe nothing. Maybe he's all talk. But he didn't invade until Biden came in. I don't think Biden is Putin's puppet either. Biden's just a weak president in charge of a weak regime, or at least it's perceived as such, and Putin thought he could get away with it. So pay attention to what politicians do in their policies, not what the fuck they say. So, yeah, Trump was trying to be Mr. Sweet, Mr. Nice Guy to Putin to try to get Putin to do what Trump wanted him to do. So he'll say nice things, or if not nice, just, oh, that's a smart move about, Putin. I might say something is a smart move by Hitler. That doesn't mean I like Hitler. I fucking hate Hitler. But it just, I might say, oh, Hitler was, smart about some move that he made. Yeah, okay, but that doesn't mean we like him. So whether it's the right or the left, because we got a lot of do-nothing Republicans here in America that, oh no, don't do that. And now I know it's scared a lot of Republican politicians. Let me rephrase that. There were a bunch of Republican politicians loved to run on, elect me, I'll fight to get rid of the Roe versus Wade, and I'll fight to ban abortions. Oh shit, they got rid of Roe versus Wade? Oh my god, everybody's going to be upset with me now. Oh my god. And so a bunch of Republican politicians literally shit themselves because it was better to have the issue to run on than to win and get it, because they always wanted to have that there as an issue. They wanted to talk about it, but they didn't really want to do anything about it. And then and so some really believe it, some don't. So right and left, it's the same. Pay attention to the policies that governments or politicians, because they're two different things. Politicians are supposed to set the policies of the government, but often we see the government just running its own policies and the politicians are fighting the government. But that's another thing. And I can pull up examples during World War II with the U.S. Department of State running its own policy contrary to what FDR wanted the policies to be. So we can look back at that. It's not just on the left or on the right. So people pay attention. So ever since Clinton got into power and cozied up to China, that's really pushed a lot of American jobs. And I know most of you aren't Americans, but it holds true for your country wherever you are too. Got to look at what they do versus what, that's important, is the policies that they're really actually going versus what they say, what they should do or will be doing. Okay, let me go continue down. Sorry, more gamer rants in the morning. See, Taiwan does not exist like England and frogs, right, Mr. Duck? If China attacks Taiwan, the U.S. must find its own source of semiconductors. Absolutely, that's why we're doing this. Maybe he's afraid of Elon Musk. Yes, hi, Duck. 70 billion for chip industries, 200 billion for advanced research. Okay, it's a lot of money. And a lot of that also is not, and again, I don't know. I know I'm talking out of my ass, but I just from history tells me that money is over time. It's like over 10 years, so it's like a $7 billion a year for 10 years or something. And sometimes, not often, because there's nothing more permanent like than a temporary government program. Sometimes those policies can get reversed because they can pass new laws that stop it. But yeah, it's throwing money at it. What kind of pie? Yeah, well, whatever pie you like. Green pie. I still think apple pie is better. Oh, there's a bot over on YouTube. If you didn't notice or know, look like that. Maybe you already dealt with it. Okay. So vanilla, strawberry, yes. Yeah, that's impressive. Yes, perfect. So yeah. Uh, Politicians, of course, like control. I think, generally speaking, flat taxes are better, meaning every company or person or whatever pays the basic same tax, whether it's a sales tax, an income tax, a property tax, or whatever, flat. Thank you, Arno. So, but so sometimes though they set up taxes to try to change behaviors of either companies or people. Like I was talking about it yesterday, like extra taxes on alcohol or tobacco, sin taxes as they're often called, or whatever like that. Or they'll give and maybe even the money, you're talking 70 and 200 billion dollars. Some of that might be in simply tax credits. Like say, hey, you won't have to pay some taxes, income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, whatever. If you do these things, we will reduce your tax burden, which is, it costs the government in that they don't collect as much money, but it can be as beneficial to a company as beneficial as actually giving them money. The way the U.S. could become, again, because at the end of World War II, it was the greatest manufacturing country on the planet, partially because of our size, most assuredly, but it was also industrial know-how and technology and infrastructure, and we had destroyed, or Germany or somebody else had destroyed a lot of others' infrastructures. Yes, the Soviet Union produced a lot of industrial capabilities, but they were nowhere nearly as advanced as the U.S. at that point. Could become that again is if they got rid of all corporate income taxes in the United States and only had sales taxes in the United States, so that if you sold something in the United States, you would have to pay the sales tax on it, no matter where it was made in the world. But if you and the way for most countries would, in some countries would switch, I'm sure, but a lot of them would have trouble with this, is that if, say, you made something in Japan, you would have and made a profit on it, you would have to pay your income tax in Japan and the sales tax in the United States. But if you made it in the United States, You would only have to pay the sales tax. You'd have no income tax. And if you made it in the United States and you didn't sell it in the United States, you had no taxes because there would be no sales taxes if you sold it in Japan. So export business, particularly export business, yes, I know Japan or whoever else can put up barriers to imports and taxes and whatnot, but there would be this huge reason to manufacture in America is because anything exported from America would face no American taxes, your business. So it would only be based on your sales, and you can simply do it that you have to charge sales taxes on services, not just on a product. But so if you bill a company $1,000 to do a job, you've got to tack on, say, a 10% fee of another $100, so that'd be $1,100 you got to bill them. You just so even though whatever you bill your business, and that goes to the government instead of charging them $1,000 and then you paying the government 10% or whatever. A lot more than that, I know, but that kind of thing. So that if you were in the United States and doing United States business and you were doing financial transactions or other sort of businesses for individuals overseas, you don't have to be charged any taxes. So that would create a big, massive hole. Oh, Extreme Finger is here. Good. Hello. Huge amounts of capital, meaning money, would just pour into the U.S. And manufacturing in the U.S. would just shoot the hell up. And the U.S. would be the biggest manufacturer in the okay, Mr. Duck. The point of the bots is that since they don't, after you make the first bot, make it once, but tell it to do its thing. It does it, say, 1,000,000 times or 100 million times or whatever it is, number it does, and goes out and or creates 100 million or 100 million or whatever spam messages on YouTube. It doesn't cost more to really, functionally, it really doesn't cost more to spam out more of the messages to more places, is that they work on such low margins of response out of it. And I remember one person that was running a Steam scam that tried to scam or I think did scam somebody. Steam accounts involved in our Discord server. Some people there talked about this and trying to do some stuff. I tracked the IP address. I'm not that great at it, but just good enough. That was involved with the scammer to someplace in the Philippines. I forget where. So that a lot of these are people in the third world and getting $20 US, $20 US dollars. And they get that four or five times a day out of their scam process. $100 a day, $200 a day. That's good money for them, and they have just enough computer skills and just enough computers or phones or whatever to run their scam. And they're not necessarily good because the person running and we could tell from enough of it in the Philippines, they weren't some rich, person, making millions off this. They were making retail money out of it, maybe decent retail money, particularly for their region. Better than go getting a job doing tech support or something based in the Philippines, answering phone calls. But beyond that, it wasn't much of an income for them. So it's just purely a capabilities. Come on, EU would add 20 VAT to U.S. manufactured stuff. Absolutely. They would. So, they already add lots of imports to foreign manufactured stuff. They countries like Germany subsidize their steel production to this day. So, and I don't know the details of the subsidies on the steel production, but they do subsidize it. So that if a pound of steel normally costs $100 or whatever, if you buy German steel, it only costs $80 because the government's paying the company $20 per pound of steel or whatever the formula is. I have no idea, but they're already subsidizing steel production, so why not? And the U.S. refused to, so U.S. steel has collapsed. And of course, China also subsidizes its steel production, and it's doing crappy steel. They also maybe do good steel too, but crappy steel, and they're taking the market. So, yeah, they're already playing these games. Nothing new on that. It just, you do this, you make it so that unless you have some sort of very interesting product, or that needs to be made in your country. I don't know, like French champagne that needs to be made in France, because otherwise it wouldn't be French champagne, it would just be champagne. It would encourage Mercedes-Benz, instead of paying all of the EU taxes, to set up a subsidiary company in the United States to make Mercedes in the United States instead of making them in Germany, because they would have less taxes, and they would do the old standard thing of not, because there's probably hundreds of billions, if not much more of that, in dollars owned by U.S. companies that are earned outside of the U.S. right now, this very day, that are earned outside of the U.S., that are sitting outside of the U.S. because they've already paid all the local taxes on the money, whether it's in Europe or Asia or wherever. And they're going to get taxed on that money as soon as it comes to the United States. It'll be income tax. So they're sitting on all this money, probably trillions and trillions of dollars. They're sitting on all this money, and there isn't a good enough reason to say build another chip manufacturer in some other country, or hadn't been. There may not be chip manufacturing companies, but there isn't a good enough reason to open up, use that money, to spend that money on making more manufacturing facilities or more call centers or whatever else, because there isn't quite the demand for them. So there's nothing to spend the money on. And they're just waiting for a favorable time or reason to move it to the United States. So let's say you're a software company, and your products nowadays are ephemeral, meaning you're not actually producing individual physical objects, you're just producing digital copies of something. So yeah, there's work into production on it, and so all the money, say, you make from selling your product in Europe, your game, your software spreadsheet program, or whatever it is making all that money in Europe, and it's just sitting in Europe, and they're going to wait for a year to come around, because the company doesn't need it right now. They're going to wait for a time to come around when the company doesn't, has a loss or something like that in the United States, or generally speaking. So this year, we did not sell very many copies. Our game that we launched, that we spent $10 billion on making, flopped. So we're not making money this year. So on that year, because they can write off all that loss, that's the year they'll slip in that money to sort of cover that loss. Again, I'm not a tax attorney to know all the details, but they'll wait for the favorable time and slip that money into the U.S.A. And so their books will go, well, instead of a loss, we didn't lose or we didn't make any money or lose any money. Because, well, we had this loss in the U.S., but we had this other money here that equaled it out. So we had no profit this year. No profit whatsoever. And, of course, the money was made in other years. So they're already doing all these kinds of these games. And so it would just... that's, just the way this all works. Okay, enough of gamer sort of ranting and rambling on about things. Let's get to some playing of Hearts of Iron. Okay, making episodes. I think we're mostly ready for that. No, and I'm sure my plan wouldn't solve everything. It wouldn't deal with the idea of cheaper labor, where it is truly legitimately cheaper to live, like in the Philippines. Now remember, boys and girls, unlike the American healthcare system, the healthcare system of the Philippines, which is something like America should have, is free. Healthcare is free in the Philippines. Well, it's government funded, so taxpayers have to pay for it, but it's free to the user in the Philippines. Oh, just going to the doctor is free. Seeing a doctor is free. If you need medicine, you got to pay for it. And if and so no matter how rich or how poor you are, you have to pay for your medicine. And so if you're dirt poor, you don't get no medicine. But it's free to see the doctor, because all doctors, at least all main legit doctors, have to work for the government. They get a decent salary, I think, locally. But a lot of them will flee to America and try to practice medicine here in America, or just work in the healthcare industry and make more in America. But it's free to go to the doctor. But if you want medicine, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. So remember, and this is quite true about the Philippines. At least I don't think it's changed. I know it was true about 15 years ago. But so yeah, going for a doctor's visit didn't cost you a damn thing. But if you needed something from the hospital, well, that costs money, and you got to pay for that. So be wary of what people tell you is a good idea. Okay. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we are, of course, playing Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice, and we're playing as the United States. And we are still in deep shit production-wise. We're getting a bunch more convoys and escorts. We're getting a couple of divisions soon this month, but that's it for a while. It's going to be until July till we get an armored division. And I was asked, when, I forget the exact, whatever, the invasion of Japan. It's a long ways off, because I need to get to invading North Africa and whatever else, because, again, we are seeing a collapse here of supply for the British in Africa, both in North Africa and now the Middle East, and down here, the Italians. For some reason, the Italians get supply and the British don't. I don't know how the Italians are supplying. Well, now they could be, because they could get supply through here, but they had been getting supplies even though they didn't control the Suez at all. they forced people in ex-Czechoslovakia to pay for medicine as well, even these low-cost medicines that were manufactured in the country. Ah, okay, Rager, I did not know that. No money, no medicine. Yeah, and yeah, and it's sort of the the idea, and some of these people, because a friend of mine was, I think, getting his third wife. First two were American. Getting his third wife, who was going to be Filipino. He was a white guy, and had going through the process, and it was an initial online whatever match, and he was late 40s, and his wife never made it to America when I knew him. This was about 10 or 15 years ago. But he was going several trips and meeting her, and she lived on some island somewhere. I don't remember these days where it was. It was not like it was in Manila or somewhere. It was on a very rural island. So, and a rather smallish one, and a rather impoverished one. And he was even thinking after he got done, though he was trying to get his wife into the United States, he was very much considering retiring to the Philippines. So I don't know whatever came of all of that. But that's how I know some of these details, specifically on the Philippines, because I learned these things. Same here, stuff as simple as ibuprofen, the tougher version of what you just by the store, the strong version of the simple painkiller they ask money for. Yeah, and so surgeries cost money in the Philippines. I'm not saying they wouldn't, like, oh, you get a cut, serious cut. They wouldn't stitch it up for you for free if you made it to the doctor, or because then, like on this island, there was like a doctor or something, with a healthcare clinic kind of thing. It wouldn't be a hospital on this island like we would think of a hospital, but it would be, some sort of healthcare clinic. I'm not saying they wouldn't stitch it up for free, and try to charge them for the stitches. But pain relief medicines of any sort, you better pay for it, because the place didn't have like extra, stuff to hand out. They just literally didn't have it, let alone have budget for it. They didn't have it, so that they could give it away, or whatever. So it's not that they wouldn't like give somebody some sort of immediate stitching up of a injury, but if you're going to do a serious operation on somebody, try to cure, give them chemotherapy for cancer or any of that kind of stuff, that costs serious money. So yeah. Okay, we're going to retreat here. So it was originally an insurance company paid per pack of anti-fever medicine. When they forced people to pay for that, the price went up. Yeah, and so, nothing in life is free. Everything costs. One way or another, everything costs. Like I've said, if I lived in Luxembourg, I would want a national healthcare system just for the Luxembourgers. Us people here, because 1, 2 hospitals, I don't know, it's not that big of a place. France, getting too big of a country in my opinion for a government run healthcare. So it all depends on scale, it depends on various elements of it, but got a naval battle going here. Maybe we shouldn't be in a naval battle with our transport fleet. Or we're just getting bombed now. Okay, good. Just getting bombed. Well, not that there. Let's. Do I have any fighters? Probably not. That are not out in the Pacific doing some sort of good. And fighters too. Yeah, fleet fighters. Nope, I need them. Yep, taxes are going up. Everything's getting expensive. Don't pay attention to what politicians say. Pay attention to what politicians do. That's the critical thing. If you well, these guys are here. We've got lots of battleships. You go to sea. Go see what you can see at sea. Really, we're going to just do that. Oh, wait, there's fighters. Okay, pursuit group. Okay, let's see. Let's go over, hit this. Air bases. I don't want it in British territory because I want to be able to have supplies. So, I think this is from my air bases mod. At least got some air bases into Saudi Arabia, but I think that is as close as we can get. Yep. Okay, so you come to here. Rebase to here. Good thing. Yes, you rebase to carrier. And you rebase to carrier. Okay, now we have carriers with fleet groups on them. Tags, carrier groups. Okay, surplus, nice. Good. Okay, rocket propelled anti-tank weapons, very good. One and done, or a yes. At least grayed out. Now, we do have these specials, which I was not paying attention to. So these are new here. We're finally researching these. We should have been doing that some time ago. Getting that M1 Garand would have been nice earlier. The other thing here is we're doing the hedgehogs good. Trying to, you know, stop the submarines. Torpedo auto system. All right, we could do that one. Oh. Yeah, Monty Python scene where Suicide Squad suicided itself. Okay. Can I nuke Japan? I don't have any nukes, so no. While the bitch flies around on expensive vacations and uses an expensive Audi to drive in. Yeah, and I think as Arno, I don't know if he remembers, but I know I've talked about it. I routinely have contact with his, or with the Dutch spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense. I'm just on Twitter. I mean, we're just sort of Twitter buddies is all. He's a really, he seems like a cool guy. He is a veteran of the Yugoslav wars, but he really likes photographing and collecting photographs of the German defensive, beach works, not just in the Netherlands, but specifically in the Netherlands plus other places. That sort of, and he collects old World War II photographs, and so we've talked a little bit about. But recently, he posted a photo and claiming that it was good that all these people were biking around the Netherlands, and I chided him for it, and that. To rely upon your basic transportation being muscle power is retrograde, or is going backwards. Fine if you don't want to drive big American Cadillacs, because if your country's infrastructure and other things like that. But the idea that unpowered, if you want to bike around for exercise, great, that's your exercise time. But if your population is relying upon muscle power, it's not the way to look into the future. And he did in a entirely different tweet, talked about showed how bad lithium batteries were in some of these scooters, and a burnt out scooter that he saw and photographed. So not that he agreed with me, but there is this viewpoint that poorer, less consumption is better, as opposed to using more and more energy. They're trying to retrograde our energy use. And if you've got a bike to work, you may go, oh, well, it's just half a mile or 2 miles or whatever to my work, and it's not very far. Well, fuck you. Why are you presuming that someone must work that short of distance from their home? Maybe they want to get a 5-mile job, but it's too far to bike. I mean, you may be lucky enough that your dream job of being a person who scoops ice cream out at an ice cream store for ice cream cones, and that's your dream job. Your end goal job in this world is to sell ice cream, because that's all your life's ambitions, goals are, and that may be just 1.5 miles from your home. But maybe somebody wants to live and work 5 miles apart, where they live and they work, and they don't want to have to bike there in the rain or in the winter or in the hot, in a heat wave. Whether they're going to ride a motorcycle or some sort of car, and there is not a convenient, direct, in the path that you're going, metro system. Because maybe you got to go 5 miles in one direction and then 5 miles in another direction to get, to sort of get there, instead of going direct there, sort of a V-shaped, sort of a triangle. The short leg on the triangle getting there is not the way you can use the metro system. So the metro system doesn't happen to work for you. Now, maybe working for most people, because that's the way you try to design metro systems, so that and I'm not against having a metro system, and so it goes to most places, most convenient, but that doesn't mean it does for everybody. And so this whole neo-European, let's do less with less, is just wrong. Is just wrong. Okay, well, I don't know how much female has to do with it, but politicians, young and politicians that don't have much of a brain, I agree with that part. Yeah, and I know this isn't playing, and it is a scandal. And I know some of the other people I talk on Twitter, they're going, well, hey, let the girl have a break. And these are, men or whatever. And she's not that young. But, I think 30 something or whatever. I don't know. Finland's prime minister, the woman. How do I say this? Well, Finland right now is having going through a period of stress as a nation. Its neighbor has invaded a different neighbor of it. Its neighbor, Russia, has invaded one of its neighbors. One of Russia's neighbors, and there has been multiple conflicts, including the initial conflict to create Finland as a modern entity with Russia. Doesn't matter whether it's been under the Bolsheviks, because the White Russians weren't going to recognize Finland either. That was part of the reason why White Russia loses. They weren't going to recognize any breakaway states. So some breakaway states, like Finland, like Ukraine, might have actively supported the whites had the whites allowed for a breakup of the periphery of the Russian Empire, but they didn't. And so Finland is going through a bit of a crisis right now. Now, I don't know their energy use. I don't know how much they get from Russia or how much they're self-sufficient or whatever. And I don't know that Russia is actually going to invade, but it is a crisis going through and joining NATO. And humans are social creatures and creatures of culture. And Western culture, to one degree or another, and I know we're talking way about Finland, but is still based on Roman or Latin culture. Pietas dignitas, pietas dignitas, familiatas. Is that it? Pietas dignitas. Pietas dignitas. Boy, I'm butchering this right now. Pietas dignitas, familiatas. No. What's the third one? Piety. It is not quite what the modern word piety means. Piety, pietas, means to do the rituals of sort of state or society, which are religious, of course. Not necessarily meaning piety in the modern sense that you actually believe. It is more of a form. Pietas. Oh boy, I'm forgetting the third. I'm butchering the third. But the other one of the important ones is when Gamer goes out in the wing. Oh, we got another bot there. No, it isn't a bot. Yes, okay. Get to that in a moment. But dignitas basically is dignity. And as part of a structure of a leader, and of course it's male, because Roman society was male. Yeah, females were there. Females were important, but it was basically a male-oriented society. Dignitas, dignity. Oh no, it's gravitas, not familitas. Gravitas. That's it. Pietas dignitas gravitas, gravity. But it doesn't literally mean gravity as in the gravity of the earth, but it's sort of a weight of being that dignitas. But okay, your dignity and so her actions were not dignified in the traditional sense, and they were flippant. They were frivolity at its core, which is the opposite of gravitas. So flippancy or frivolity is the opposite of gravitas in your behavior, if you will. It's not meant to let you're fat or you're weighty, but it just sort of so you need your dignity. Now I don't know if she's being pietas to Finnish traditions, Finnish government traditions or not. Meaning, and in that sense, it would be like honoring all of the holidays, or the national holidays, or the cultural holidays, or what you're supposed to do is when you walk into your if there's a ritual going to opening a parliament or whatever, that would be pietas. Dignitas is maintain the dignity of your being. Gravitas is having weight to your actions, if you will. And she at least wasn't showing two of the three in her behavior at a time of stress. So, because I know Finland is its own sort of thing up there, it's never was part of the Roman Empire and whatnot. I know all that. But it does come out of that sort of tradition, and it's a Western tradition that also has different versions of it, but in the East as well. So yeah, whether she's a brilliant mind or not, I have no idea. I don't know enough about the Finnish prime minister. She was not showing good leadership in stressful situations, sort of by definition. So, hello, OCB. Let me scroll back up in there. I know I'm supposed to be playing here, but let's see. Well, buses and trains are really useful in others. Yeah, they can be if they're going to and from when you want to. And I'm just going to ask, and I presume I know the answer, but buses and trains run 24/7, don't they? Every single day, at 2 in the morning. The buses are running, I'm sure, in Finland. So if you need to work late at your job, either because you have a night job or you just, filling in for somebody covering the night, or you're doing some sort of crunch work to get something ready, you can get home at 2 in the morning on the bus. I'm absolutely sure. Oops, probably not. At least from my experience in Europe, they all shut down after a while. So yeah, but including the trains. I mean, there are night trains between places, but they're not the usual regular sort of service trains. So yeah, those only work when there's a normal mass of customers needing them. So if you happen to be somebody working some sort of night shift or oddball shift, even routinely, you are shit out of luck, and you're probably not going to be paid more for, or significantly more for that service, to afford your own automobile so that you can drive to or from or whatever your work at 2 a.m. As it may be, going, so you're warm and you have well lighted and you're in a car and you're a woman and you need to come home from work at 2 in the morning, and you're not going to get raped on the train because you're the only person there, but no, you get a car. No, wait, they won't. So that is why, yeah, when and where buses run and it's convenient and they run enough. Trust me, back in my school days, I took buses. Yeah, to get to one of my colleges. Yes, I did that, but no, only because she wants to be the first female prime minister. Finland PM is amazing. Who doesn't like a PM who dances and parties? We need to get some diversity among the old men that are in the pocket of big business. Well, OCB, old men often know more than young people. So they have the years of experience that the young doesn't have. Now, whether they're in the pocket of big business or not, why are you presuming a young person won't be corrupt in the pocket of something? That, to me, I don't see why that would be any young or old. Now, maybe she's, a communist who doesn't live the capitalist system, who doesn't have fancy designer clothes and other things like that. Bet you, if you look, she has lots of designer clothes, but that's another question. So, yeah, Czech Minister of Defense is a woman as well, and she's acting weird. The whole someone bribed her party to do stuff. Yeah, Ragar. Yeah, I talked to some Germans, including a German veteran woman, about all the recent German female ministers of defense that are mostly just parked there, that have literally no background in any sort of defense issues prior to becoming it, and they basically all suck. Jackal Park. Okay, 160 Straight Eastern Front Line. Yes, yeah, it is sexy straight, but in the south, particularly, Germany is losing pretty bad. They had pushed all the way up to here and had the Crimea, but they're getting pushed back. As you're good at your job. Yeah. But in talking to more and more young people, they don't have much experience. Okay. Managed to play something today. Yeah, a little bit, but it has been mostly rants. OCB, unfortunately. We'll get back to playing. Like a motor torpedo boat's good. Okay, well, you can go into. We'll fight another battle. Okay, come on. You go back into port. Good. repaired. Okay, nav tactics advanced. Oh, let's take a look at the year date of naval air tactics. 44. We'll switch that to something else. Yeah, no, we also probably should stop that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I should stop making these episodes live. Maybe. I'm not sure. There's definitely, and I love hanging out. I love chatting with you. I think you guys can tell that. But it is also very distracting because you guys bring up topics that I guess I want to pontificate on. So, yep, Ragar. Yeah, they've been doing that. Yeah, the new Panther looks really similar to what the Germans wanted for. Yeah, and yeah, I'm basing what I'm talking about on what reasonably well-informed people, I would say, seem to know about some of this stuff, and sometimes I even ask them to look into things for me, and they do so. So we've got enough of those for a little while. Well, let's do some more factories because we need to build up our industry better. Well, we want to concentrate our factories to some degree. Make a few more. Right there, we can make a heavy factory. There. Good. Okay, we'll let them hang out down here. We'll actually move this. I know they won't all get in production right away. Increasing. Why is there no chat again in? Well, I don't think they've explained themselves. There is a pro-Russian event going on right now, if you will. Not anti-Ukrainian in that sense, but there's this weekend to celebrate something. They only posted this time. They only posted about it in Russian on the sort of Russian language Twitter whatever account, though anybody can get it. If you win this weekend or whatever, and it started yesterday, I believe, you win 5 battles playing Russian vehicles of rank 3 or above or something. You get another helmet decoration for your tanks, and maybe a decal and a icon or something like that. And the KV 2 Zis 6 or whatever you could buy again. This had been removed from the game. You can buy it this weekend. I did buy it. I'm stupid enough or whatever. I bought it because I didn't have it. I went World War II tanks. That's actually pretty good. I was playing it a bit, though. I know one much bigger YouTuber than I who does War Thunder. So that's sort of going on right now, and I'm guessing, now this is my editorial, the rest is basic fact, is that because this is happening, they disabled chat to cover this. So yeah, you know, I think we're just going to make Big Fleet. Gives us, well, there's two air units per those, so it's a total of 8 air units. Bunch of landing craft. Britain seems to sort of be holding out here. The Ark Royal is, and other fleet assets are there. Oh boy. Even more flotillas. Okay. Rapid, rapid. There it is. We're building a big fleet because we want to get a larger invasion force. Although we could use some of these on the Pacific, I think. We're getting ready for this. Okay, that's still rebuilding and it's still in bad shape. That's still rebuilding and still rebuilding. Okay, we're gonna wait a little while longer. We have some bunch of headquarters here that we can attach. These divisions, which are literally days away, or a day away in a couple of the cases. So yeah, I think that's conclusions after defeat. I don't know. Defeated. Okay. Okay, we lost here. You keep retreating out here. Can you guys get no? Okay. You guys go up to here. You guys go back to here for the moment. Get some repair levels done. You guys go get it. Oh, they were fighting the Bismarck. Bombing the Bismarck area here. Okay, don't know where they went to. In fact, just a second. Okay, Army Group HQs have advanced. Is that here or here? Okay, it's here, so stop that. And somebody stole it. Hopefully it was a friendly steal. Let's see. Okay, so those two of the divisions just happened. Well, they need a lot more reinforcement. They can come down to there. We need all these destroyers for sure. Only to have it stolen on the same day. Yeah, well, but you still get to own it too. It's not that they get to take it away from you, but and friendly nations do tech steal, so hopefully that's who's getting it, not the nations we're war with, but I don't know. Marine divisions. Okay, we could use 2 more of these. Let's go 2 more interceptors. I just want to spam out everything, but I'm trying to be somewhat good about all of this. Let's do an armored division. Well, let's do a mechanized division with motorized support. Just truck transport. We'll find a division HQ, maybe even from armored division. Yeah, okay, that's already expensive enough. I know it's going to be a lot more than we can currently afford in production, but we'll get there. No, we don't want to buy fuel. No, we don't want to buy fuel. Germany wants. Okay, don't quite entirely get that, but all right. Okay, so we see the Bismarck out. How are we doing? Okay, this group here. Okay, let's remove the destroyer that's in really bad shape. I think the rest we'll put out with. Roll here, yeah, fairly aggressively. Right. Ah, right. I get. Yeah, sometimes you can get with research like that, you can get really good results. Let's put you up here and patrol. Trying to reduce down losses by enemy action, but it's not always working out for the best. I know I sent them. Sure, they're here by now. And are they organized up? Enough. Let's put you here. I know you're only going to cover this area, and I really need you to cover other areas, but no air bases. I can't build them. Now let's come over here. Okay, now let's grab this semi-motorized infantry division and rail splitters. All right, we'll do that. We'll get all of you over to here. And this one and Dixie. That sounds cool. Okay, so we're going to give these guys a little while to organize themselves up as well as repair. And then I think we're going to be ready to go for another division. Okay, well, let's give this to there he is now. So that core. No, that isn't the core. I want the core. That is the 12th core. Okay. 12th core. Nice new divisions. Okay, we can put in one more division. So we have a cavalry division already assigned here. We have that. Okay, so now we have a 5-corps division ready to get on board ship. Hopefully we can hit them all, and I don't know, maybe we can get into Gibraltar, then do another landing and be able to do this. Britain is doing another sort of suicide push out. All right, well, Britain would be doing great if they had supplies. Let's take a look at up here, intelligence, United Kingdom, production. Okay, well, at least they're producing 2 series of convoys. That will help if they get them produced. Okay, well, we took out, we lost and took out a light cruiser here. Okay, well. Head back to port. Zinc, who wants to trade with us? Venezuela, no chance. Mechanical computing machine, very good. I don't know if I'll probably regret not. Okay, we're gonna do, yeah, not putting research into nukes, but I don't know. Just not used to us playing Germany. Lost off the Azores, another destroyer. Okay, well. Oh, you're like, what are you doing here? Fighting a couple of ships here. HQ is very good. Come back up here. We're going to continue to get more and more industrial capability. All the people in Japan are thin because last time there was a fat man there, the whole city disappeared. Ah, yes. Fat man and little boy. Yes, the atomic bomb. I get you. How well do 4 battleships and a carrier perform in a group? They must be huge penalties. Okay, well, yeah. My understanding, these are seaplane tenders are really supposed to be fighting submarines, but my understanding is the size of the group doesn't matter too much. What matters is the number of ships involved in the combat. Meaning, if I have 4 groups or one big group, it doesn't matter if they're all involved in the combat. That's my understanding of it. It's not so how big the doom stack is; it's how many units are in the battle. What does sort of matter is, I think, is the leadership size. You know, how big can this guy supposed to command? I do take some of that stacking limits into account here. What I and you guys, these guys also could go into get the CAG. What I like to do is have a at least a light carrier to make sure that I always have aircraft protection for my battleships, and not just there where I have battleship centric forces as well. So, where are you attacking Midway? Stop attacking Midway. You own Midway. Yeah, there are penalties on positioning. And my understanding is not so much the size of the group, but how many ships are in the action. I could be wrong, but I'm also not good enough playing slow enough to try to micromanage it well enough. If you remember that at that one time that I had a bunch of my fleet munched as we were heading into invade Wake because they ran into unprotected, whatever it was, whether it was battleships or carriers or whatever, ran into a Japanese force and just got torn apart. Where I went back to a slightly earlier save and just made sure that the 3 groups that I was sending showed up at Wake simultaneously. And I don't know that the big bad fleet was there at the time. It wasn't so much meant to avoid the actions. It was just meant to do it smartly. So yeah, I'm just not that good of a naval player to I think that was the death of the unit. All right, well, Germans took out that force. Or is it down here? Oh, it's down here. Oh, go away. Oh, you're going there. Good. Okay, yeah. Stop patrolling. Just go in there. See if you can. Nope, can't survive. Yeah, I think some of these submarines are too powerful. It is a rare action that subs were lost to, or destroyers were lost to subs. Rare indeed. They happened, but not a whole lot. Okay, heavy artillery. I know it's a tough balancing issue because you want to make subs useful because they did sink things like carriers and others. Here we go. Oh, that's the one. Okay, we'll move that to there. So it's a tough balancing. I'm not blaming them as much as commenting as I think they're too powerful. Naval striking, so yes, naval strike these guys. Getting some naval strike the subs. Not very efficiently, but at least you're doing it. I think we have the 3rd Division, though that won't be going out in, I don't think, my first invasion force, but maybe in some follow-ups. Okay, Old Hickory, named after somewhere or another Andrew Jackson, who was known as Old Hickory. Maybe some units involved with him and his battles. Okay, we need to get these things a little better organized up before we try to send them to an invasion. You're retreating out of there. You're falling back to there. If you had supply, we could do really well, really good things. Now, my understanding of game mechanics is that since Saudi Arabia is an allied nation, my units here do eat supply, but the U.S. is in some way or another sending the supply to Saudi Arabia. And similarly, my units in United Kingdom territory are eating supply, and the U.S. is sending supplies to them to cover them. But the supplies are going, in essence, to London, and Britain can't then retransmit them out because it doesn't have merchant fleet available to transport it. So by basing these units, now that I got these like out of British controlled territories, they're now back in supply. So that's my guess. I'm going to use these forces here to hold Saudi Arabia as soon as I can get them out there and get them organized, if I can, in time. Flying book prototype. Okay. That'll be grayed out. Later pilot training advance. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to end this episode here. It's probably gone on long enough. I want to thank you so much for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you're new around here, please, of course, subscribe. Please post your questions, comments, suggestions. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, everybody, we're going to be making more episodes here. Just a moment, but I need to turn on my air conditioner now that the day is sort of progressing on here. So I'll be back very shortly, and we will continue this. Just give me a few moments. back. What happens if Japan is too much little boys? Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice. We're, of course, playing as the USA. We're not doing so well. The Axis isn't doing terribly great either. Italy's doing good just because Britain can't supply the forces facing it. So that's like our only sort of saving grace, or their saving grace, in my opinion, is Britain is doing so poorly. Of course, we're sinking Japanese convoys in the North Atlantic somehow. Much of America's fleets are retreated into port here. Pause. Okay, you guys, you head back to Honolulu to get properly repaired. Well, come here. Out there. Much more, but we'll move a little more into supply production. Okay. If I could just give things like transports to Britain. No. We're doing all right, Soviet Union, but well, certainly you could have crude oil, Ireland. I get to see a mushroom cloud. Okay. So Italy is now attacking into Saudi Arabia, and my HQ area is helping in the defense. Okay, fuselage aerodynamics. That is here, okay. Aircraft prototype evaluation, that'll help. Okay, looks like we won here. Good. We'll probably attack again, but yes, you can have metal. No, we don't want fuel from you. You dash across to there. Canada would like a submarine, sure. Would like to produce one. Using my technology, which is fine. Someone stole some of our blueprints, don't know that we know who. Okay, the Dutch, we give them money for supply. No. And Brazil would like to also produce a submarine. I guess our submarine models are popular. Oh, pause. Cape Wrath. For some reason, Italy was moving at least a destroyer, 2 torpedo boats, and a light landing craft up here. Why, I don't know. Okay, yes, we'll get Division Headquarters, Black Panthers. Okay, Navy wants money, yes. Air Force wants money, they don't really need it. Wrong for this game, another fireside chat. And not now, but in 6 months or so, you can come back and talk to me. Battle out here. With what? I mean, I saw it was Germans, but band factories in Omaha. Okay, motorized cavalry. Good. Normally I don't do that as Germany, but here I thought it would be a good idea. Oh, the defensive division positions go bye-bye, as in not researching it anymore at the time. Well, you know, let's look here. We'll think about we've got enough resources. We don't need any more resources. But we could produce supplies cheaper, so that would help us. We need our newfound units at good organization levels for the invasion. Coming up. A few more. Kill some more. Oh, don't go away. Stay there. Oh shit, look at Italy's transport fleet. And some motorists. I know it has a... I don't think those are actual carriers. They just have the symbol there. Like they're going this way. Army asks for money. You know, no, it doesn't. Okay, United Mine Workers of America strike. More than 480,000 American coal miners walk off the job a minute after midnight when the United Mine Workers contract with the nation's mining companies expired. U.S. President Roosevelt notified the UMWA President John Lee Lewis to cease the wartime work stoppage by 10 a.m., an order which was ignored, and then issues an executive order directing that the Secretary of the Interior is authorized and directed to take immediate possession so far as may be necessary or desirable of any and all mine producing coal in which a strike or stoppage has occurred or is threatened, and at the time there was only a 3-week supply of coal for American steel manufacturers and a 10-day supply for some railroads. The strike would continue on and off until an agreement was reached in November 1943. Okay, time for some of the gamers' commentary here. This is why unions are bad. Now, unions are also good. Unions... Hello, Exergen. Yes, we have joined the Allies. Britain is not doing well. I'll give you a rundown of what's going on in a moment if you just hang out a little bit more. Unions, you know, like many things in life, have both good and bad elements to them. But this is why unions are bad. because prior to the strike, prior to the strike going out, the unions thought that the working conditions, the pay, and whatever else were acceptable. Okay? They thought they were acceptable. They were negotiated at some point. They think they were acceptable. And then all of a sudden, as soon as the contract is over, they're going to try to, again, as we talk about how much of the union organizers in America are, what did one commentator put it? Vaguely socialist minded. Okay. Again, I know I mentioned this. Exergen, my friend who's been a long-time player of Third Reich events long before I ever had a channel, so he's a good friend around, is a wonderful figure painter for not just war game figures, but various miniatures. Super high quality stuff. And if we were to, and you maybe want to throw a link, I don't know if there's anybody wants to follow your link on Twitter. He periodically posts photos of his work there, and it's really good. Just to give him a shout out there. Okay, so these, union organizers are vaguely socialist. Instead of the idea of growing the pie, they just want to get their fair share of pie. So this is contract negotiations. This isn't, hey, things are so terrible, we have to go on strike. No, it's the contract that we negotiated however long ago is now up, and we want to negotiate a better contract. Okay, I understand that. So we go on strike. And I don't know. Yes, I know I'm talking out my ass here. I don't know. Oh, good, pie. What the previous contract was, and I don't know what they're asking for. Okay, are they asking for twice as much pay or a 1% increase in pay? I don't know. And yes, I do understand that when they negotiated the contract originally, there very well may be inflation, and they, to keep the same standard of living, they need, inflation has been 20% up since, like, let's say when they started the contract, so they should have a 20% pay raise. I'm not saying everything is wrong in striking or negotiations, not at all. But here's sort of the kicker is, again, not that they shouldn't ever strike, and not that they shouldn't ask for whether it's better working conditions or better benefits or better pay. Not saying they shouldn't, because times change, things develop, new contracts. But they're effing doing this in the middle of the war. Okay? So like I've bitched and moaned about Australian dock workers striking, I will bitch and moan about this. So this isn't like, hey, things are just going along and we're finding working conditions too bad. No, it's when the contract is up, we immediately go on strike because, and presumably they've been talking prior to the contract going up, they haven't acceded to our demands. Okay, I don't know what their demands were enough, whatever that means, that the mine owners organizations weren't willing to give them some changes. Maybe they were all evil mine worker owners. None of this is stating in here. I'm going just by what's stated here. None of this is stated that as soon as the contract was up, the mine owners cut their pay in half or reduced any sort of benefits, any sort of pay, or increased their work time, or anything changed. It was just the contract was up and they immediately go on strike. Now again, in peacetime, that might not be such a big issue. But where I would find it a big issue in peacetime is I'd have to see what they were asking for. If they were asking for, like I say, pay raise from the earlier contract based upon levels of inflation or something like that, then I would be supportive of mine work, and the mine owner is not willing to give it, then I would be willing to, it's good to strike in peacetime. In wartime, no, this is not appropriate. You just don't, because again, I'm presuming the working conditions. I don't know what miners were paid in 1943. I do know that during the Depression, prior to this period, in the mid-30s, 1930s, you were just sort of lucky to have a job, quite honestly. So they may not be paid very well at all, but they're probably paid better than soldiers. So what I would have considered doing is, if I was, instead of lining a bunch randomly up against the wall and then go 1 out of 10 taking them out, because you randomly line them up so you don't know where the 10th person is going to be, take 1 out of 10 out and shoot them, just so that, we go down by 10% in mine workers, but the other 90% are very motivated to get back into the mines. Instead of doing something draconian like that, though I wouldn't be untempted, because you're literally killing people by stopping minage if you have only 3 weeks supply of coal for American steel, and steel needs to have coal 24/7. You can't, to interrupt steel production. It's not like you can just shut it down for an hour or a day. It's sort of a continuous sort of process. But yes, you do shut down, a particular part of a plant to do maintenance or whatever. But you don't want to just shut it down and start it up and shut it down, start it up. It's got to be running, and you only have 10 days for some of the railroads. So I'm presuming this isn't because there are a bunch of private all the railroads were basically private then, but some small local railroad owning thing, some small company. There were small companies that owned just bit of track here and there and ran a few trains or whatever. We're talking, presumably, if this is showing up in this level of an event, a reasonably major regional railroad company of some sort, So you only have 10 days of that, and you stop railroad movement, and even, you don't, if, and the way my understanding, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you have the Illinois Railroad Company and you have the Wisconsin Railroad Company up here, Wisconsin Railroad Company rail cars go from here onto the Illinois Railroad Company. They start here. They don't stop here, unload, and put them onto other cars. No, they traverse multiple companies' train lines. But if Illinois Railroad runs out of coal company, that means trains coming from here need to refuel down here. So it shuts off movement of more than just maybe the company that's running out of coal. It shuts off strategic lines of communications. It's as effective as if you are, a military strike is shutting down the railroad for however number of days it might be. It's equal to a military strike. This is why you may go, gamer, you're just extremist wanting to shoot people. Hello, Bob is cool. And I may have overall or large visceral reactions to something like this during wartime, and I'm talking during wartime. Okay, but what I would really, in a practical sense, is once this is becoming apparent, if I was President Roosevelt, I would quickly talk to the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives to pass a special Selective Service Act, or whatever it called, for drafting people and draft all of these mine workers into the army and put them on army pay, which I will almost guarantee you, I would bet I'd bet $50 is going to be less than the coal workers' general pay. I'm not saying some extreme low level, extreme whatever, but general pay is the army pay was, I mean, it was a lot more than, let's say, the British army pay, but army pay wasn't really meant to like support a family. It wasn't, and these are mostly single income families here that they're setting up the pay. It was meant to sort of pay the soldier kind of thing. It wasn't meant to pay for the soldier and his wife and 2 kids. These were, mostly unmarried or married, but the wife can stay at, whether her parents or his parents' home or something while he's off at war. It wasn't really meant to, run a family on a. So I would put them, if they don't immediately get back to work, draft them into the army and station their unit at that coal mine with orders to mine. And oh yes, if you don't do that, you're now, in essence, disobeying orders. And during wartime, though it's not in the face of the enemy, so I don't know that it's a shooting offense, but it's an imprisonment for years offense. So I would just simply draft them into the army or have that very real threat if you don't immediately get back to work. And don't, if you stop, if you, once they pass that, you strike for an hour, you're drafted, is what I would have done to make sure that this runs on time. And once the war is over, or hey, it's 1945, things are going pretty damn well, Germany's beaten, we're thinking about going to Japan, then I could lighten up on the idea and, okay, work out your contract. I get that. Like I say, in peacetime, if you're not asking for too much beyond whatever, then yeah, okay, I actually support, not just, I'm not talking, because I could think it's legal to strike, and, but say that they're asking too much. But I would, if it's just asking for like, pay raises based upon inflation or other, increased safety standards over time. What was it like in the 1930s versus 1950s safety standards? None of these guys here look like they have hard hats on. Have the company say the company's got to pay for, hard hats or whatever it might be. Yes, I am for over time improving conditions. And if the, coal mine owners don't want to do that, well, yeah, then I'm, okay. So we're having, now notice here, it is until January 1968, which just basically means until the end of the game or until the effect is removed by another event or some such thing. So I don't know if we have massive amounts, and this may actually put us into, and I'll get to your question here in a moment. Bob is cool. So yeah, that, reasonably, I would be saying I'm going to draft you, and your army service is immediately go back in that mine and do your job. And if you don't, you're going to, military prison, and you're going to be convicted for it, which may be a sentence a lot longer than the war. And you won't be paid while you're in prison. So yeah, get to work. I would also be entirely different on my viewpoint if that event was talking about, well, safety standards had been lowered because of the war, and X number of miners had been, hurt in accidents over the normal, whatever. So if you had a reason that other than simply the contract ended, I would be a lot more sympathetic to your striking in the middle of a war. Okay, let's go back up here. Yes, please do follow Big Surgeon's Twitter account. It's really good. Stuff for you. Apple pie is great. Okay. In fact, you can't shut down steel furnaces. Yeah, yeah, you can't without damage. Well, you have to shut them down in such a way. Because I know at some point they have to do some level of maintenance, but you can't just like shut it down because you don't have the coal coming in. Modern ones, anyway, just assume it's you're probably right. So yeah, that's equal to a sabotage group blowing up your steel factory. It's not. This isn't a trivial strike. This is a strike that helps the enemy significantly materially, and it. When you have literally millions of Americans, where of course, there's other millions of people around the world that are being affected by the war. I don't want to minimize them, but we have to look at this as an American event through American eyes. When you have literally millions of Americans interrupting their lives, now a lot of them may be, in the Navy, but they're, working at a U.S. port, so their lives may not be threatened with hazardous action. Now, of course, there's also, American lives storming ashore on D-Day or Iwo Jima during the war. But, not all Americans are in that level of jeopardy in the war, but you're all these millions of Americans interrupting their lives, going into the military to fight in the war, and you get, whether you want to call that workers' greed or unions' greed or whatever, to just because the contract ends, not because of whatever else. And that is okay. Well, maybe he has air conditioning, Bob. Guy invaded and taken over Leningrad as Finland. Okay. In Moscow in the winter. Well, yes. Taking over Bulgaria. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe just Bob has air conditioning, so Bob is cool instead of hot. Right. So that's my commentary on these things. I'm not against the existence of unions. I am not. I think unions have now, since at least the 1970s, though the seeds were planted well before that. But since the 1970s, and I've been paying attention, at least closely paying attention since the 80s, personally. But since the 1970s, they have been a major detriment on America, and to the point that Detroit, Detroit has become a ghost town, almost literally. Now the suburbs around it that were never union controlled are still sort of functioning, and other major industrial centers are gutted up in the Northeast, all in states in which the unions, through the Democratic politicians, had massive control, and that in a lot of industries, to work in that industry, you must join the union, to where much of the car companies that either had been there or foreign car companies like, say, Toyota, have come and built factories down in the American South, because although they very well may have a union, you're not forced to join that union. It's an at-will work state. So the policies down here that have been Republican have drawn in the either new industries, or the industries have moved out of the old industrial heartland and moved south, because I was also able to move south because of air conditioning, literally, in buildings, and so you can work inside here year-round now without having too much problem that you couldn't in the 1930s. And you did have air conditioning, but not air conditioning in factories or anything like that. So they've put policies into place that have destroyed. Yeah, the guys who still union members that still have a job, they're up here. They're paid very well, extremely well. But the number of jobs that they're unionized that they can do are shrinking. So they are doing much more harm than good. What will you do after you're done with Germany? Well, I don't know if we're going to take down Germany or Japan first. We're basically, so far, my plans are only to fight out World War II. I mean, I'm not going to like declare war on the Soviet Union, I don't think, or anything like that. That's not in the plans. Uh-oh, they pushed me out of here. Oh, why am I retreating north to there? Oh, good. We got much more of the German transport fleet. Okay, keep moving south. Or the Italian transport fleet. Why are you retreating into there? You're not even damaged. It was probably freaking allies that made you retreat. And more. Okay, pause. Keep moving south. Don't go too far, but I don't want you going into a German port or something. Or just off the German port to get bombarded. Venezuela oil incoming. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, Venezuela severed diplomatic relations with Italy, Germany, and Japan, and after implementing, with help from the United States, defenses on oil wells, produced vast oil supplies to the Allies. Yes, Venezuela used to be, until the communists took over, literally. They got elected. They tried to do, Hugo Chavez tried to do a coup when he was commanding the parachute unit that he did, and it failed. And then they allowed him to run for president after trying to overthrow the government, and with a violent coup. Crazy people. And Venezuela went from probably one of the greater success stories of a middle class Latin American country into one of the more impoverished ones, and they nationalized their oil. So we gain. Well, we should give it to other people because, it's just going to disappear. Okay, port strike tactics have improved. Okay, we're going to let that one continue. Yeah, I'm mostly just thinking about how to get to the next step. Okay, we took out a submarine. Okay, well, you guys. Oh, we got the Germans coming in. Okay, let's wait here. Come on, get one of these German units. Fighter ground crew training. Let's move that to twin engine pilot training. Okay, we got a bunch of something. Okay. More aircraft and motor torpedo boats. Good. Nice. Motor torpedo boats have been doing very well for us. So let's, well, the big ticket items. It's not even all that small either. That's nearly, that is a motorized division. Semi-motorized like these, which are still big enough. Well, let's do a couple more semi-motorized divisions. I think we could use those. Well, let's just do this. Let's keep this sort of cheap. We'll pick up a division HQ somewhere else. Yeah, let's throw in anti-tank. So yeah, 24. Another. Those will be helpful. Well, Germany is only doing well up in the north here. Is being pushed back very heavily. So yeah, we're doing good here. It's Britain, or it's Italy is doing so well because Britain is collapsing because they don't have. Oh, it's going to show. Yeah, Italy's doing great here, Exergen, because Britain is not producing enough transports for supplies and is been wrecked. So that when I have forces down here, mostly they've been unable to supply themselves. So we're going to rebase over to here. And you guys come up here because you have been. Well, maybe you're getting more supplies now, but I'm running away. I'm gonna try to hold Saudi Arabia. I can supply in Saudi Arabia. And I can only do so much for the Soviet Union because they're not in my faction. Meaning I can't just send in troops or units or whatever. Okay, Air Force HQs, great. That'll reduce time between attacks, and we'll let that continue. You're getting there. I don't know why you retreated. Probably your allies told you to. Okay, yeah, okay, so we're good enough with this core. Let's see, can we put all this on board ship? Yes, we can. Very good. That's what I was hoping for. Now, go to Gibraltar. The British have been able to hold on to Gibraltar. Run at Leningrad, Moscow in 41. Well, that's very good. And in this game, you'll have a lot of tough fight to reduce those down. Ah, got some submarines. Good. We're bombing probably the submarines. Gold mining, getting us our money. Strategic bombing tactics. Okay, we have been doing some strategic bombing, but not a lot. Okay, where is it? Oh, down here. Okay, cancel. Well, no, we can keep that going. It's only 38. Well, you need to use some of those big railway guns and things like that and build city busting divisions. Otherwise, I don't think they will crack. I think they might be getting supplies via an event or something. So, you just got to hit them hard. Do a specialized divisions. Bring up some big railway guns. Pound them in. In my games, I normally reduce the effectiveness of forts overall for everybody. So just by a bit. There's somewhere between, because black ice really ramps up the effectiveness of forts. I normally put it, I would say, roughly between what it would be halfway between what the black ice team does and what vanilla forts effectiveness are. So it's about halfway in between there. So forts are still a very significant thing. I'm not trying to nerf everything out to make it easy, but I just think it's overkill. So so yeah, that's what you will probably want to do. Yeah. Well, don't wait for fuel. Just get out. Strategically get out of there. You go into a file, into one of the defines file, and just define the strength of forts to be less. I don't know if you can do it on the fly or you have to do it at the start of the game, because I think it may get properly. I think it maybe actually ends up being saved as part of the save file, so maybe you have to do it prior to the start of a game at the very beginning. I'm not sure on that. I think, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can change it midpoint in the game. And I can take and show you sometime when we're not live on Discord. I could walk you through it if you want, Exergen. I just can't do it right now, but I can, you know, certainly see about doing it sometime. Pause. Radar advances, very good, and I think that is pushing us, yes, too far into the future for research. I know some things you can't, you have to go back, because just of all my testing and whatnot, I know you have to go do it before you start playing. I'm not sure on that one. It may be able to be done just whenever. It's just been so long since I actually, I know what to do with it, how to do it, but it's been so long since I've gone in and dug in deep and looked at it. I know I have in the past. Okay. You guys are coming here, good. All right, you guys just generally, well, you can head to here. Here. We've got to create a defensive line a little bit in from the front at the moment. We have to stay out of British territory because we'll starve if we go into British territory. Okay, battleships. You guys can go back up to Scapa Flow and get repaired properly. You guys have been reasonably well repaired, so you guys come out here and patrol. Yes, it looks like we have completely taken out Italy's transports that had sent up there. Wherever the hell they were up there, I have no idea. But they went up there. Okay. Now, I don't think I want to give Britain more lend-lease. 40-some is pretty good. I'm not saying we have enough by any means, but we have a bunch of divisions coming. Got a bunch of destroyers. We've been hit pretty hard in destroyers, so we need more of them. We could use a few more, and I could up the number of escorts. So let's do that. Just some more escorts. I know we have a lot, but this things we very well may lose a few. So let's go with another 4 of these guys. Well, that's good enough for now. We'll see what we need to do later on. Yeah, I'm not sure because we got a huge. Well, one, I don't think we're the center of the Allies. Number one, but there are a lot. You can see here we got Canada, Mexico. I think some of the Latin American countries will come in. We got South Africa. You know, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Oman. The Dutch, the Free French, which, you know, are holding out in places like this, are in the Allies. So we've got quite a few countries in the Allies. But I still think the leading of the Allies is Britain. So, yeah. It's sort of the thing as far as I understand it. Okay, these guys are almost to there, so let's send these guys back over here, rebasic it. Not more. Yeah, we could do. Let's just do 2. doing with coming across the Atlantic? There we are. Okay, good. Britain again doing stupid suicide attacks out. They've lost probably about 30 plus divisions by attacking into there. Okay, we'll trade with Canada. Yes, you're attacking here. No, fall back. I don't care. Fall back. Care if you'd help. Just get out somewhere where we can supply. Okay, assault concentration has advanced. Let's see, is that... Yeah, for 35, continue with that one. But what is in bad? Okay, pre-calculated artillery. There we go. Stop that. Let's see if industrially we want to. Yeah, we could do more supply. Manufacturing. That'll just ease up other manufacturing needs. Okay, yep, we're here. Okay. Get on board. And get out of British territory. Get to Saudi territory. Port expense. Would it be... yes, that is basically it. Nazgul 41. It would be in the define EULA's file. I'd have to look. It could be base fort penalty. That could be it. But it's the defined EULA file. Absolutely. And what I've done it, you know, I don't have a magical what I'd put it at, like in my head or whatever, and I have to look at the files. But generally speaking, because, you know, look, the Black Ice team, partially, and they very much said it way back in the day, when Panzeru was leading the team, is when I was talking to him about this, and I think the current team is continuing it, is part of what they're doing is compensating for the bad AI. Okay, that's part of what they're doing. So they wanted to make these places well defendable, and since the AI wasn't going to defend it very well, it was going to be mostly shattered units that were going to come back, you know, to the where the HQ was, or to the capital or whatever, and appear in there, or things along, say, the Maginot Line that the AI wasn't going to defend well enough, you know, so to compensate, you know, instead of putting like 2 or 3 divisions, you know, per province, here I keep wanting to say hex, but 2 or 3 divisions, you know, the AI will move something out and it'll be too weak and you could get in. You know, partially it's just to compensate for bad AI. Partially, it's to compensate for the railway artillery program as well as other things within Black Ice, which is very reasonable. If you have a base game that doesn't have effectively like the railway artillery units in it, and so it's all balanced out reasonably well then hey, you're good. But then you throw in this what would otherwise be a super unit. Well, okay, you got to compensate for that. All good and fine. And Germany definitely, okay, as far as I know, did not have super special divisions for urban combat. I know in the game they sort of make some of the Waffen-SS units, and generally the Waffen-SS type counters, a bit better for urban combat. But we're talking about super good. Now they had units like siege guns and some special engineering type units, like the guys who, they were actually Luftwaffe paratroopers, but they were also engineers who landed on top of Eben Amal and, you know, took that fortification. They did have some special engineering type units, and they did have some you know, obviously the big siege guns and some other heavy artillery units that they would then put together for battle groups or battle formations or whatever. Now, some of the stuff might just sort of look like support units attached to a corps, but putting a support unit in this game, save this right here, I'm getting a little weird behavior at the moment. you know, attaching it at core level does no effect at you know, in combat, because it's just sitting back behind. They don't quite have, you know, effect like they do in War in the East 1 and 2, in which you can have, as long as you keep your HQ unit that has some core support units close enough to the divisions that they're fighting in, those units get support from the, you know, the you know, like heavy artillery unit or whatever attached as part of, you know, in the HQ headquarters element of it. They don't have that. So the idea with this game, since you do have movable brigades, which you don't have in Hearts of Iron 4, there's great things with Hearts of Iron 4, people. There's also great things in Hearts of Iron 3 that are not there yet. So they are adding Divisional Generals now in the next major update, finally. So they're coming back. Though I don't entirely, from what I understand, maybe agree with how they're doing it, but still. At least they're there, and it's a good step. So you can't quite do that. So yeah, the idea though, so the idea that U.S.A, or whatever the term in the game is, you know, strategically redeploy a railway artillery unit up, you know, you need to sort of forward think if you want to get there early, is, you know, make sure you're moving up that, you know, railway artillery unit behind your lines. You get it up nearby, you're getting ready to attack, you then take a division that you want to do, and you maybe get one of the special engineering units and do, you know, and pull out something like, you don't need a transport unit because you're just, you know, you're going from one province to the next, and so you're not really caring about how fast you move. So you remove a couple of brigades, you know, like maybe an anti-aircraft brigade or whatever. You remove some of the anti-aircraft brigades, and you attach a couple of specialty units to a division. That I fully agree with. But if you look at some of the guides, and I think I even may have made one, I don't know, where they really min-max out everything in it and create these sort of super divisions, and that those are sort of needed to crack places like Moscow, Leningrad, and whatnot, I disagreed with. So in my game, I looked at the, like he says, the EULA defines file there, and I think it is base fort penalty or whatever. I have to look to make sure, but I think you got it right there. And I looked at what it was in the base game, you know, unmodified by the mod, and then realizing that the mod adds things like railway artillery. So, okay, it should be more than the base game, but from my playing as well as talking to others, that I think it's too much. So I reduce it somewhere halfway between base and what they do. And that's what I normally play it as, roughly something like that. So, and they have loads of events that help the AI out, including maybe dumping in supply to particular provinces, such as Leningrad. Well, Bob is cool. I failed to invade Tunisia. Tangiers here is part of, Tunisia's over here, but Tangiers is what I was thinking. I'm just trying to get in here. If I thought I could successfully invade Germany, I would. And I don't know how soon I will have an army that I think I could successfully invade Germany. So Bob is cool. Yeah, yeah, it would be nice, but it's one of those I'm not seeing happening yet. Sometime, maybe, hopefully, sort of on the list of things to do. But I don't think anytime soon, and I don't mean just like today, I mean anytime soon. If I can't even clear out North Africa, yeah, I know it's supply problems. Okay, now, unfortunately, you just got effing in combat. So can I load? No. Oh, yeah, that's what I always worry about coming here. But okay, well, somehow we got a major victory. Okay, yes. Okay, I will talk about Mark, whatever, torpedoes fixed. Good. Okay, oh, I didn't really want to come over here. Get back to Gibraltar. Okay, core. Now load onto ship. We're going to go straight for Tangiers again. Invasion. Go. Before we're re-attacked. Okay, good. You got off. Okay. Fix Mark 14 torpedo. After about a year, we have finally managed to solve all the deficiencies in the Mark 14 torpedo. Okay. Again, I know I've talked about this, but many people don't watch most of my videos. Just periodically check things out. This is an interesting thing. Yeah, it's minus, and yeah, 23 in the latest black ice. Only one line I found. Yeah, that's very likely at Nazca. And so I put it somewhere like halfway. I don't, and I've probably done it. I've presumably done it in different major playthroughs as playing as Germany, but it affects everybody. It affects German forts. It affects everybody's forts. So I'm not like trying to give Germany a bonus. Yeah, they got some railway artillery, but they did have it, and so other nations have some too. To try to take over Spain. Yeah, we might do Spain. I've got to think about that. That's definitely on, and I can talk about some of the strategy, good and bad, about some of this. But I want to talk about the Mark 14 torpedo. What happened was America had, after World War I, but particularly during the Depression, had a very, very tight naval budget. So they developed this really nice torpedo. Not the greatest one in the world, maybe, but a really good torpedo. But they never did any live fire tests on it. They did some, practice dummy test kind of thing. But they never did any live fire tests on it, as far as I remember about the stuff. And then the war started. And so the U.S. had old torpedoes left over from made during World War I that were okay, not great, but they were also, shall we say, old torpedoes, so they're not necessarily in the best, because they're a machine. They're not like an artillery shell. They're a machine. So they're not necessarily in the best shape. So they're not always working so well. These are a lot of stuff that were given to old, or that were either already on old destroyers or given to like motor torpedo boats. These were a lot of the old surplus torpedoes. Then the new one was the Mark 14 that they never live fire tested. Well, the war starts out, and one of the officers who's responsible, I don't know if he's one of the people in this photo here, but one of the naval officers who was responsible for designing and getting the new torpedo up, and he was sure he did a wonderful job on his torpedo. He was absolutely sure of it. He gets put in charge, probably because of his doing such a great job on the torpedo, gets in charge of the Pacific, I don't know if it was called COMSUBPAC, but Command Submarine Pacific. But in essence, that job, I don't know if it's called that at the time, but that job. And so when there were all these problems with sinking Japanese shipping of any sort, he blamed particularly his captains, all of them, and generally his submarines, because he knew his torpedo was wonderful. He knew it because he built it. He designed it, or one of the major people overseeing it. And, I'm not saying he even thought like he was the brilliant guy who designed it, but he oversaw it and saw how brilliant he was. So he blamed his submarine commanders primarily for their bad work. And he and other people responsible for it ordered that no tests would be made. Literally ordered that you could not test this torpedo. You could shoot it at the enemy, but you couldn't test it, because they did do some testing. They also test all of the components, like in water tank and all the components. They test different components at different times or whatever. All work just fine in the test tanks, but the actual torpedo, they refused to test it. They literally ordered no tests to be made on this torpedo because it worked fine. It was these bad, cowardly commanders and badly trained commanders that were falsifying reports or were just not doing it right. That's literally what was going on. Well, the guy in charge of the sort of submarines down in Australia said, fuck this, we're going to test. And so they set up a test. Basically, and I think I'm sure I'm getting a couple of details wrong here or there, but some of the test was like against a vertical cliff that they, out at sea, but a vertical cliff, and they put like a target there, like a submarine net or something, so they could see where the torpedo was hitting. Well, I know I've talked about this before. I hope this isn't boring those who did this thing. Well, the depth sensor, I think, was like back here on the torpedo, to sense how deep it was. Well, since it was back here, because of the way the water goes around it and the water pressure once you're going through the water, zipping through the water pressure here is less than it is like up at front or somewhere else. So it would say, if it's told to run it like 10 feet below the water, or 9 meters in your European talk, below the water, and it should have pressure of X. Well, hey, it's Y pressure, so we should go deeper. So it was going under the ships in many cases. Also, but the depth sensor was it was a good design of a depth sensor. It just was in the wrong place and the wrong settings. So, like, if you basically tell it to run it on surface, it would run at the appropriate depth. Needed to adjust that. Also, the firing pins was, I think, basically a good design, but the materials used would mean that if it had a 90-degree straight, sort of straight-on impact, it wouldn't detonate. They actually sort of found that if it was at a sort of a glancing blow, it would detonate better. And I think they needed to go over to like aluminum firing pins or something. Again, I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong, but go on to a weaker, actual physically weaker firing pin, to take the impact and be able to quickly transmit it and blow it up. They found that. And another thing that affects also radio communications in the war. And what these guys either didn't know or didn't pay attention to is the Earth has different magnetic fields in different areas. And it's not standard like everywhere around the world, like at certain latitudes or whatever. But up here, the magnetic detonator worked just fine. Move it down here, in this part of the world, it would not. And they didn't realize this a lot at the time, so they stopped using the magnetic detonators. And the Japanese also didn't realize what was going on. Their radios, particularly in their airplanes, because Japanese airplanes are designed to be lightweight, so the equipment is not very well shielded, and so they make the lightest weight radio possible. That unless Japanese fighters, unless they're operating off carriers, a lot of times they pulled the radios out of the aircraft just to lighten them up because they didn't work anyways. And they needed them to sort of kind of be able to work to be able to do carrier aircraft takeoffs and landings and whatnot. But it was just so unreliable. So figure they weren't coordinating many times the air battles. You couldn't tell your buddy that someone's on their tail over the radio chatter because their radios were not well shielded to this. And this is also maybe why some of the miscommunication between different fleets, including allied units, very well may be happening, and it isn't so much of a language or other stylistic miscommunication. It was literally just static because of the magnetic field in this, just sort of in this weird pocket of the world, is heavier than other areas. So adjusting the magnetic field, for sensitivity needed to be done, and it was never really done. So so you can say, well, this is a bad torpedo. Well, yes, but all it really needed was adjustments to how to do its depth sensitivity and a slight adjustment to its firing pins, and it's otherwise a rather good torpedo. The Japanese would, because a lot of, there's different ways, and I'm not an expert in all of them. A few torpedoes had electric engines, but they were generally slow. But most of these torpedoes, that's why you like see the bubbles after them, is compressed air. They have this is the warhead up here. This is sort of the compressed air tank in the center here, and this is the driving motor back here. So this is a big compressed air, highly compressed air. What the Japanese found was that you don't use compressed air, you use compressed oxygen, just pure oxygen. And that makes a magnitude less bubbles, like 10% of the bubbles or whatever. I don't have right now in my mind a good amount to say, but a lot less bubbles. So it is a lot harder to see the trail. One, to even know that there's a torpedo coming, and two, to be able to define like where it's coming from, like a direction. So even if you goes boom, they can't just look and see, oh, there's the trail of bubbles. We weren't paying attention, but there it is. So the U.S. throughout the war was using compressed air, which has lots of nitrogen. Most of the air that we breathe is made up of nitrogen. Oxygen is a significant but minor element within it. They would separate out and run theirs on pure oxygen. That was one of the benefits. Now, the term long lance was coined by the Americans after the war. So the Japanese nowadays, even they themselves refer to their big torpedoes that were shipboard. I don't think they were ever used on board submarines, but they're big long lance torpedoes. And those were specifically long range shipboard torpedoes. And the others were some very good designs, and the Germans had some very good designs on their torpedoes. I think the Germans were some of the ones particularly trying to do acoustic targeting, go in and try to fire them and hunt down the engine noise and go after that. But yeah, a good design torpedo that had they properly even tested it, out at sea conditions properly, they would have found the problems prior to the war. But it was only the testing down here that showed them the problems. And Admiral King, who was actually a very good strategic high-level commander for the United States Navy, eventually gets word of all of this and very, very directly orders and sits on or sends people to literally sit on the team to come up to New Haven here or wherever it was. Somewhere around here is where their facility was. And force them to test in real world conditions, fire a torpedo at some targets and not just in their testing tanks. And eventually they did have to admit that there was a problem, and they developed fairly quickly once they got it going, but it literally took almost a year or so for them to actually get that tested. So this will unnerf America's torpedoes here. Hello, Genosi, how you doing? Good to have you here. My dear, try to take over Spain, set it as a puppet. Yes, that is not a bad idea, though there's potential drawbacks. But on the Spain front. But we're right now focusing, we're getting back to going to take Tangiers. Hopefully this time. So now we're here. Okay, no, I want to click here. Okay. You guys, you're going to do no, not port strike, ground attack. And no, we have one, just only one. Okay, well, we'll do that. We're also going to do so that these guys will have some air support as well as naval gunnery fire. Gunnery firepower focus. So yeah, just proper testing would have over. Oh. No, artillery firepower focus. it here. I want to spot it to know if we're still time on target. Oh, up here. Okay, it's grayed out. Okay, good. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do add time on target. I don't know of a German problem with their torpedoes particularly. I just don't know of one. I'm not saying there isn't one. I don't think there was. That's why I say it, but I don't know of one. Yeah, Spain is at war with the Allies. Oh yeah, no, Britain is battling Spain here. So yeah, Spain is in the Axis and actively at war. That's why we're invading Tunisia. But Vichy France is still neutral. So my plan here is to get Tunisia, or not Tunisia, I keep saying Tunisia, Tunis, and this bit of northern Spain here, and then try to shift in enough divisions and then declare war on Vichy France and blitz from this side. Because if I send forces into British territory, or whatever, and they take it, then it becomes Britain needs to supply them, and they can't supply them because they don't have enough supply. Okay, you should be coming up too. Should reorganize this for a little better. Situation here, but at least get these guys up to the near the front. So whenever I push into British territory, they got to supply it through British. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't know well enough. I am not a. I just watched some. Oh, we can do a party rally. That's a good event to just fire off here, a decision or whatever. I just don't know enough to say whether anything about it. I watched some documentaries on the U.S. Navy and the torpedoes relatively recently, as well as reading a few years ago, while I was doing my Japanese playthrough, which isn't a very nice playthrough of me playing through Japan. I was reading some biographies of American admirals and Stilwell, as well as some of the Japanese based, including one book called Japanese Destroyer Captain, written by a Japanese destroyer captain, Hara, I believe. You can get the book. I label everything I do here, commentary as commentary, as historical commentary, because when I make an event, for Third Reich events, whether it's an event for Germany or an event for anybody else, I very much research it, reasonably good as I can within time allotted. So that history is good and solid, I think. And if I were to make something like prepared with notes, and periodically I do a video and I prepare some notes with facts and figures, that is pretty solid history. Where here, this is commentary. So if you, don't base like your book report or your history report or whatever you want to say off of what I'm saying here, do some research. But generally it's right with a minimum amount of flaws. Okay, Wolfpack 345 mentioned it in his Silent Hunter U-boat playthroughs. Okay, yeah, I'm not saying there wasn't. I just don't know enough. Okay, so you're attacking. Let's look here. Okay, so we're grinding these guys down. Maybe I shouldn't have had the core HQ attack, but maybe I should have left those back in Gibraltar. But there is downsides to even that. But I don't know. We're going to stop the HQ from attacking, but we're going to leave everything else. Now they'll go back in, but hopefully they'll be down here in the bottom and not taking the brunt of the attack up there, so they won't shatter and go away. Hopefully that's the way the mechanic will work. Okay, let's come back out here now. Okay, we moved most of our fleets back to here to get repaired. I thought we had more back here. Well, maybe they're still up here. Okay. The carrier fleet's in good shape. And this is in okay shape. Now, where is our transport fleet? Did it go back? It went over to here. Okay. Well, let's load this division on. Let's move up to here. Rebase. Hopefully they won't intercept a Japanese force in that, but we are sort of protecting this area. Is there oh, is that Third Reich event? Well, no, it's for Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice, not for Hoi 4. So, no. And my very, very old version of Third Reich events that I did make for Hoi 4 would not work with any modern version of Hoi 4. It is completely outdated. Yeah, some gamer guy told me on Twitch. It sounds legit. Absolutely. Yeah, Canada's doing all right. Canada's doing all right. It's Britain and the lack of transports has been the real problem. So these guys are having some levels of supply. Not great supply. Now, some of this might just be that supply isn't catching up to where they're at. These guys have very good supply. Okay, well. We can't move out of. No, let's move there. Out of Saudi Arabia without running out of supply, so we will try to hold along the line here. If somebody will pay me, I will. U.S.A. asked me if I would make a Third Reich event for Hoi 4. Yeah, if somebody will pay me, I will. Long ago, I talked to Paradox about making it as some sort of DLC, and my answer back, the answer I got back from them was not yet. Now this was short, it is 6 months, less than a year after the release of Hoi 4, and I was very much still in the beta at the time, so I had direct contact, and I actually officially contacted them, and they took a look at my version that I had made back then. Mostly based off of some new stuff, and I have ported some of the stuff I made for Hoi 4 back to Hoi 3, but it's so much work, so it would need to be either a DLC or someone would crowdfund it or something like that as a mod, but I'm not. It's so much. It's a huge amount of work, and I'm not going to do it just for fun. But if you want to pay me for it, it's a lot of work. Brigade command structure. So that's over here. Okay, grayed out. All right. Okay, attritional warfare advance. Yep, 38. Continue that one. That gives me just. Yeah, well, I was once asked about my version of Third Reich events for Hoi 4. Did it add any? I'm not going to say what went on in the beta, testing area, but I was once asked, did I add any the I'm blanking on the name, the mission tree thing, that whatever the mission, did it add any new of those on it? I'm blanking on what they officially call it. And my answer was no. I was integrating, and I was working on integrating the current event tree, mission tree, national focus tree. That's right, national focus tree. I was working on taking those things instead of making it like, and I understood what their design concept was, and after it was explained to me is player wants to know, say, how to build the west wall. So instead of having an event that pops up that they decide to go hit no on, and that means that they don't get to have events building the west wall, they want to be able to have a road map so that the players know, well, if I want to have the west wall, this is the path to get there. Okay, and I understood that. And that's not a bad way to do it, okay? It is not a bad way. Not the only good way, but it was a way that I could accept and go, yes, this is a good way to do it. Not maybe the best way, but a good way to do it. So what I didn't like about it, especially in the early days, it was like everything was 90 days, if I'm not mistaken, which I think most still are, but it doesn't always run that way. Well, yeah, because Britain's run out of transport, so this is mostly because they were pushing deep into here. Britain ran out of transport, so it ran out of supplies. So yeah, it's a supply issue and lack of I'm going to go to production of these transports. It ran out of those, and so it's collapsed. North Africa's collapsed. That's the only reason Italy's doing so good. I got their design concept, and I thought it was a good design concept because a lot of the players won't know. They wanted a roadmap. Okay, so what I was doing, and I really don't like conceptually the press button, wait 90 days, get result. To me, that is bad. And not for maybe everything everywhere. And so my concept is some events happen to you, and then you respond to them. Meaning let's say a storm happens. You're not planning for a storm. Storm happens, damage to port, or ports or whatever. Event pops up because that is, do you want to spend X whatever to repair the port? You get back to yes, no. Or if you have other choices, fine. So some events need to be pop-up events that you make choices over because they're not part of a national focus tree. Right, okay. So design concept, they're not all national focus tree designs. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But for the national focus tree, fine. Like do west wall. My concept is yes, and change things away from everything being 90 days. But that starts an event tree, say in 1937 or whatever. I forget. I have to look at my mod. That you start building the west wall. After reoccupation of the Rhineland, and you start to build the west wall. And then there's stages, and integrating that into my events that will then pop up over time that will add levels of defense to the west wall, add the Luftflak zones that add, flak guns to the region and things like that, to have these events, these immersive events. Now, some of them might still have decisions based on them. Some of them might just be, updating, the idea of putting down the forts, costing you some more whatever, resources, factories, whatever, or just continuing, and through modification events, effects. And so so I was working at the time to integrate elements of the national focus tree into my events so that you start sort of at the historical time to make either the west wall or the Atlantic wall, and they develop over time. So you still have that, and it was working out to be a fairly good integrated element to integrating that. And they were sort of like, oh, okay, and didn't hear any more about it. Meaning, well, it wasn't like, oh, that's a great idea. How are you doing it? No, it was like, oh, okay, because they were interested. And Paradox, I have been informed, has always been very good about compensating modders if they end up using some of their material. That is my understanding. Maybe somebody is butthurt over something, I don't know, but they've generally been very good that I've heard from people who have dealt with them and sort of privately. So, and again, this is not part of the beta, just other things. So had I been developing national focus events for Germany based on my mod, they might have decided to use some. But at that, and I first wanted to integrate theirs into what I was doing. And so to make it much more interesting. And so you still have the roadmap. And so some national focuses would just simply be based on dates and or conditions, and then just fire. And it may take 5 days or whatever to happen, but it might take 2 or 3 years and have 2 or 3 stages of building the West Wall, or building the Atlantic Wall, or building submarine pens, or building whatever. And so it would happen over time. So this way you could have a richer tree of national focuses going on, but integrating it into events very much based off of Third Reich events. And so, yeah, and I have not contacted the current team because they've changed leaderships on Boy 4. I have liked their new direction, so I might very much like to work with them, but it's a lot of effort to do what I've done. And so you could call it greedy, you can call it whatever you want, but I still think it's worth being paid over. And I don't mean for any one person to pay me, because it would be thousands of dollars. I mean, somebody wins the lottery or just happens to be really rich and they want to sponsor it, great. They have changed you can now on Patreon, you can now donate to, and if you want to, whether for my YouTube videos or for my previous and somewhat continuing on and off. Right now it's off, but there's still more to do. Will be for my Hearts of Iron 3 Third Reich events. You can, of course, support me on Patreon. Great. You can do that stuff, and if it was more active, and they've changed their policy, so if it ever got somehow properly funded or decently started funding, I would start working on it. I would love to work on it, but it's a huge amount of time because I really dig into things. If you've played my event mod, you probably understand that. Okay, Rosie the Riveter debuts on the cover of the Saturday Evening Post. On this day in 1943, Norman Rockwell's illustration of Rosie the Riveter first appears on the cover of Saturday Evening Post. Historically, Rosie the Riveter, cultural icon, blah, blah, blah. I don't know that you want to hear all of this. Rockwell's image received mass distribution on the cover Saturday on Memorial Day. Yeah, Rockwell, best known for popular illustration. Yeah, he was a magazine cover illustrator. And of course, we won't forget, what was it? Ronnie, the Bren gun girl or whatever, who was rather attractive woman who was making Bren guns in Canada. At the Inglis factory there, I believe. But yeah, all right. I really take it as an art form. Well, these guys are still being ground down pretty quick, but I think we'll get ashore this time. Okay, CAG food training advanced, though I think I probably should have left them in Gibraltar. Oh yeah, there's so much great art that he did. A lot of it is timeless. A lot of it may be very much, meaningful to the people of the day, more than us looking back. Okay, good, they moved that to the reserve. That's what it should be. Keep the other units. I was just afraid that if it sat here, it would just get founded by the Spanish, the HQ. I only moved it into the line again, whatever, but just get ashore. Okay, small warship, air search radar. Okay. Yeah, we'll let that continue. I know it's, 6 months in advance or whatever, but hey. Yeah, I don't know the game. I don't doubt you on that. That it's a great one. It's just another major time sink. And I don't, how much time and effort do I put into something? So, yeah, I don't doubt you. It's just, there's more things I want to do than I have time to do. And it's not that I'm super busy or anything like that. It just, some of these can really sort of go for the time. Okay. Now, this fleet has been, okay, see, now since we got it back in a proper port, it's mostly repaired. So let's bring it up here to the front. We're going to see about invading now. We're no longer just taking out or retaking our lost islands. We're going to see about taking out a Japanese island or two. I think that's better than trying to push them out of Mindanao down here. Japan is mostly just contained down here, and I'd rather deny them a few islands. Okay, we're at very high popularity. Well, very good. I have a grand strategy game in my head that is somewhat like Hoi 3, with elements of Hoi 4. It always had the idea of producing equipment, not just like units. But the things that fascinate me are what could be done to change outcomes significantly, and you need to sort of do it on the grand strategy. Though I like tactical-based games. It's just which ones to play. How much time do you have to play them all? How hard is it to learn the game, as in time? And it's not that it's hard is bad, because often things worth playing are worth taking the time and are hard to learn. Germany's Gneisenau got lost. Well, very good. So it isn't hardness that really capital ship really keeps me away from it. It's more like, oh no, this allows it. What? No, this is capital ship air search radar. Is do I feel I have the time to take to learn all of the whatever? So it's not that I'm scared away from hardness of difficulty of learning. It's just it's easy to learn, easy to get into play. It's more easy for me to try out. So military rations, and we have just a little bit more research. Facing improvements. Didn't that use up all my? Oh no, we have a little bit more still. Yeah, okay. Try to do 1943s first, text or before. I haven't decided yet that I wanted to go down rockets. I've sort of decided I don't think I want to do that, so I haven't. Okay, there we go. That uses up all of our... Hey, J. Hope I got enough of them there. What, if any, submods do you recommend? Well, now what versions? Well, I recommend mine, of course. Third Reich Events. There is a sort of released beta version. I know I have a slightly better corrected version on my hard drive for 11.1 Black Ice. I don't have a properly working one for, you can load it in and say, oh, it plays. Yeah, but their stuff won't happen in it. 95% of the stuff will happen, but you'll miss out on some of the stuff. Just won't work right. If you play it on 11.2. Revolver Held's mod, German gameplay augmentation, I highly recommend. The D-Worms mods as well. So, and of course, all based on Black Ice, but yeah, some mods to Black Ice. So, hello, Paul. Okay, have I not researched proximity fuses? I'm very, okay, I am researching right now. Yeah, I already have been. I don't know when I started, but yeah, proximity fuses are being researched. Yeah, here we are. We're almost halfway through proximity fuses being researched. So yes, we are doing proximity. I probably started at the beginning of 1943. Might have been able to push it a little earlier, but yeah, we are doing that. Yeah, that's a good one to have. I do check on things because, and I ask because I do forget stuff, and like these, I had not been paying attention to these because these are new here. This is new to version 11.2, I believe, but fairly new anyways, if not that. So, assault rifles for Germany, Tigers, some torpedo thing. I don't, obviously see the 93, 95, but I don't know what that is, but that may be Italian or something because the Alpini troops would be for Italy, and then these for the U.S., Char-B for the French, Mosquitoes, Crocodile, or Churchill Crocodile, which is the flame-throwing tank, PPSH for the Soviets and the Katyushas. So special, yeah, I'm, because like the M1 Garand is, very, very effective in the war. And yes, I know about the Soviet SVT versions of several different versions of it, 39 and 41 and whatever, but they're only so good, and there's thousands or tens of thousands of them made, but they weren't the majority weapon of the Soviets, and even the Germans with their Gewehr 43s, even there, again, there's tens of thousands of them made. They're still primarily a Gewehr or Karabiner 98 Hertz as their main rifle, and then putting though the assault rifle, of course, is its own, good tech there. So sort of special things based upon some of these changes, I think, are a good idea. Now, are these overly powerful? I don't know, because I've not played with them before, but yeah, I think those are cool. Okay, divisional headquarters advance is probably grayed out. Nope, and 44, we can continue that. Okay, regimental combat teams. Regimental combat teams, oh, and this is maybe something that we should be doing. Are the Germans, if you watch some really great movies. Oh, I'll plug this again here. We, on Friday nights European time, I forget exactly what it is European time. It's 1 p.m. USA. We've been doing movie nights, watch parties on Discord. So you can check out my Discord channel if you ever want to do those Friday nights with us. We're just a small group. It's normally less than 5, five or less. It was just, I think, 3 or 4 of us. Well, about half the time it was 4, about half the time it was, well, obviously I have just 3, watching last Friday, or yesterday's movie. But there are some really great, made during the war movies, and they portray the German army as this stiff, regimented, follow orders no matter what, even if it marches off the cliff kind of thing, which is actually the opposite of the truth. The U.S. Army is much more follow the orders as you're given. Do not interpret the orders much more rigidly based on orders than the German army. The German army is designed to be so much more flexible. So when you get orders to take Hill 405, but you see, well, no, I'm going to take for Hill 406 because it's better to take. Yeah, and they don't get upset with you. And so getting here is the German Kampf group or battle group is not a defined situation. It is a sometimes very tactical emergency situation. So it's like, oh shit, something's falling apart. We're being attacked somewhere, and you're just grabbing random units, just whatever you can freaking find, and throwing them into battle under a commander. Other times it is a yes, ad hoc in that it's not a. We'll get to the regimental combat team in a moment, but it's sort of a it's not a persistent group, at least not normally, and it very well may be taking a battalion from one division and a company from another division, and putting together, as opposed to, and often though it was just within a division of itself, creating, say, a subdivision of a division, or throwing in some support elements from Corps HQ into a battle group. So it was really flexible. The Germans were really flexible. Well, the Americans aren't that, like I was saying, not just in following orders, but as in organization. The Americans are not that flexible. They don't have, as far as I can tell during World War II, a concept of the Kampfgruppe or battle group. But they do have the regimental combat teams. And they're going to be different based upon, is this a regimental combat team from an armored division, or from a mechanized division, or from an infantry division, or whatever. It's going to be different. But it is set up to be a tactical combined arms organization, so that it gets to be where, instead of fighting a division as a division, or fighting a sort of separate parts of a division, meaning having a battalion attack a particular hill with support from this battery as part of the division. What they're doing is organizing up subdivisions of the division. And it sort of sounds redundant, but it's meant to be two different things. But so that it's, this brigade, or this battalion is always supported by this particular battery of artillery from it. So they work well together, and it sort of creates sub-commands that are combined arms sub-commands. So meaning an infantry officer can command, because they do have, in the American Armed Forces, there are different branches. The artillery is a different branch than the infantry. Now, they're both in the division, right? Okay, so it's not, and an artillery general can raise up to command a division, which may be an infantry division. And an infantry division, or an infantry officer, can raise up to command an infantry division, and which would include, of course, artillery. So it's not quite as separated out. I know they do divisional formations, obviously in the British Army, but they have even more of a tradition of particularly the artillery being a sort of separate force. But, so in American forces, the tank destroyers and the anti-tank guns really sort of belonged, I think it was to the infantry. Maybe it was the artillery, but I think it was the infantry, where the tanks belong to the armored formations, belong to the armored command. And so these are different sort of commands up at, back in the U.S. Now, they wanted them to be all part of a particular division, of course. But what you're doing here is, instead of having sort of the artillery under the command of the divisional commander, but otherwise just run by the artillery, officers. And they will, of course, do fire support missions for whoever they're ordered to, but it'll sort of be the artillery subcommand who will decide how best to do this, if you will. It's that sort of kind of idea of separation. Instead, you're sort of creating a battle group, though it's more, organized up on a standardized, table of organization and equipment, TONE. So it's much more standardized in that sense. But whoever the regimental combat commander is, he's commanding and will persistently command a particular battery or batteries of artillery and anti-tank guns and tank destroyers, so that they can learn how to work integrated with each other much better. So it becomes a real, and this is really when it's starting for the U.S. The U.S. prior to this, like I say, is much more separated, as I'm describing. I'm sure I'm getting details wrong, and I'm happy whether live or afterwards somebody wants to correct me, because I'm sure I don't know what it is, but I'm sure I'm getting something wrong here. And I'm happy for corrections, because I want to learn, and people will read the comments. And of course, the more you comment, whether live or later on, helps with the algorithm. So yeah, please comment. So it integrates things a lot better. And Paul is saying, and it is why the U.S. Army is now based on soldier taking initiative and in combined arms. Yes, I would say modern day, my understanding, modern day military is much more influenced, much more flexible and influenced by the German military concepts. Okay, thresholds, letting someone play war. What are your thresholds? Showing up. Showing up and having the game installed and ready to play. We play ground forces. I mean, not that you can't, because they're obviously combined arms, not that you can't have aircraft, but we really don't. We sometimes play Navy. I like to play it more, but viewership crashes when I do it, because people go away. So I don't need to play games to an empty audience. I've learned that. So yeah, just if you want to play, show up. Oh, and it's best that you get on our Discord channel. Again, you should on YouTube, or it'll be linked there live if it's not linked now, or on Twitch. There's links to the Discord server. Have Discord installed. We'll get you hooked up. So it's best that you do that. Not that it's required, because some people don't have a mic or don't want to do it for various reasons. That's fine. But you'll just play a few missions with us, because we give priority to people who have microphones and play on Discord. But everybody's welcome to play at least a couple of missions. We'll shift in. Okay, you're already on there. So yeah, just sort of like be there and show up and be ready to play. And so it could be, if you haven't ever played before and you want to play, we'll play at least 1 or 2 missions of starting level 1 vehicles. Just to get somebody started. And we also play other times during the week too. So hang out with us, and hang out there and notice and ask to join, and people will do with us. Now, I do want to let's see. I also thought your ship production capacity is correct. Your choice is small, medium, heavy. Yeah, I think I did something wrong with the shipyard stuff. I don't know. You got this. I'm back. Good. got hungry. Okay. Okay, on the current U.S. Army, I was talking to a current serving U.S. Army soldier who's a member of the Discord. Other than that, I'm not going to identify him. And this is not to blame him, because he's a current U.S. serving Army guy who is currently deployed, currently in the Army. He did not know what they were, and did not know that there was a difference between enfilade and defilade fire. Now, if you're sitting out there going, what the hell is Gamer talking about? Fine. If you are not in the Army, you don't need to know these things. But I was a bit surprised, and again, it's not the soldier's fault, because it's the fault of his Army. He's not trained in this. He should be trained in this. He should know what these are. And this is something, in my opinion, so fucking basic as what end does the bullet come out of the gun almost. Not quite that. But to not know what enfilade and defilade fire is, and trying to correct me because he knows because he's a soldier. Well, okay, I get that. No. He does not know what these are. So it's meaning a deficiency in his training, because I've gotten to know him a little bit, and he seems smart enough, and I don't think, I'm not blaming him or suggesting that he is somehow less of a soldier, less of a person. It's his fucking training command, because maybe the people that trained him don't even know this shit. And maybe they know it, and maybe they mentioned it in some lecture and just, no, this is what it is, and then go on. Well, that isn't very good training, okay? It's in the book somewhere and he didn't read it. Well, you got to train, because to know something, and he is the type of person, an infantry soldier, who should be using enfilade and defilade fire. And so he should know what they mean, because he was trying to tell me, well, they mean basically the same thing. Well, I don't know what they mean today, but I know what they used to mean in World War II and World War I and in Vietnam. So maybe the meaning's changed, because we know what the meaning of a woman's changed. You can't define what a woman is anymore. So maybe it's changed, but what the Army uses for enfilade and defilade fire, maybe it doesn't mean anything, because he had heard of the terms, but he didn't know. So I'm faulting entirely his training element. So, yes, the United States Army very well, and I do think has a little bit better of soldiers, and NCOs and junior officers taking a lot more initiative than in World War II. And it's been an evolution. And I've talked to various soldiers, including some relatives who served in World War II, who also served, same soldier, in Vietnam, so served continuously. Career soldier from World War II through to leading a battalion in Vietnam. So he has that wide experience of various stuff. Talked to him quite a bit on some things and learned a lot about this stuff. But a modern U.S. soldier does not know the tactical uses of enfilade and defilade fire and how to set it up there. When I started to explain it, he did come up, oh, that's the traverse and elevation device. Yes, and so you start a little glimmer of knowledge there, but he's not properly trained on it, even though he's supposedly trained. So yes, U.S. soldiers in ways have gotten better, but I do know that they knew about enfilade and defilade fire for the machine guns in World War II, because I have literally watched I think it's on YouTube, the training film that was shown to soldiers who were going to be using enfilade and defilade fire, and how to do it, both in animation diagrams as well as in training fields, but deploying your machine guns and operating them and whatnot. So yeah, the training level of the U.S. Armed Forces is not the best right now. So yeah, but it's probably worlds better than anything the Russians currently do. Okay. Oh yeah, it's possible for newbie vehicles to help vets, or is it different levels? Oh, okay. It's battle ratings, and you start out at the lowest battle rating. So and you grind your way up unless you want to spend lots of money. grind my way up. So we will play some of the lowest levels for you to get going. And we like to play the low levels, but we don't want to just play the low levels. So oh, and on the Discord server, again, want to promote that up. I posted 3 orders of battle. Now this is going to not be for the basic, but if we get enough people to get in there, sort of holding out for 8 players to play historically matched vehicles for North Africa, late North Africa. Germans on one side and British and Americans on the other. And so I've done some just basic research and labeled out. Now you will have to get grind away, so that won't be the starting thing. But so if we get enough people, we want to play larger formations and historically matched up setups. Weekend Warriors, not quite sure what that's referred to, but the person I was talking to is currently deployed overseas and is a full-time soldier. And so, again, this is not about him. This is about the training levels of the current American Army. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. And also, Sundays is meant, we normally play War Thunder. Sometimes we play other games, but it's meant to be free to play games. So long as you don't have to pay for your downloads. I do know in some areas of the nation, of the world, mostly third world type places, you do have to pay for download bandwidth. But otherwise, it's free to play games, and War Thunder is free to play. I mean, there's ways to spend money, trust me, and I do, but I play it a lot. But they're free to play games Sunday. Everybody's welcome to join in on stuff. Yeah, like reserve vehicles and your starting vehicles. Yeah, we'll play some, BR1 or 1.3 or whatever, low level stuff and get people started. We'll happily do that, at least for a few missions. So, okay, regimental combat teams. So, I know enough talking about them, and okay, good. There, and that I think opens up. Here we go, combined arm integrations that we hadn't been able to do until just now. So let's get that going here. CAG pilot training advanced. Now, what is our current level of CAG pilots? 44. Okay, because we're doing a lot of stuff, I'm going to let that continue with CAGs, and they're important, and that is a comparative advantage, because sometimes some of these things do help, but it's sort of in a vacuum. It's not a comparative advantage, really. Yeah. I don't know if it's just gamer is old and it's get off my lawn syndrome or what, but some of this stuff just quite honestly shocks me about like training levels in the U.S. Army. Yeah, I know the U.S. Army has spent many years at war in the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, and that does have a very real effects to things, wearing down the quality of the force, and I do know that, but to not be trained in it so that you just know something so basic, at least basic in my opinion. The Abrams is too fat. Well, yeah, they now, especially with their active protection systems, hanging a lot of stuff on it. They've gone to heavy armor. I know some of the people that hang out around here, including one who drives. I think it's a Leopard 2A6. I don't know, but drives one for the German military. Really think the Leopard is better. One of the things they talk about is a more modern and possibly better stability system. But, gun stabilization system. I've yet to see in combat anybody do as comparable to the Abrams against either tank-on-tank warfare or tank versus other warfare, meaning we saw very few and minuscule in compared to the numbers of tanks lost in Ukraine. We see very few Abrams lost in the guerrilla wars of Iraq and Afghanistan. And part of it just very well may be proper tactical uses of the vehicles, with as proper fire support to infantry, so that the enemy isn't having loads of opportunities to throw Molotov cocktails out the window down on top of them, or whatever it might be. So yeah, some of it may be just tactical, meaning if they were using Shermans, it would be almost as effective. In a guerrilla warfare sense, if you can't get close enough to fire an RPG-7 at the vehicle, well, it doesn't matter what the vehicle is in a way. As long as it has basic protection from rifle fire and enemy rocket and mortar fire, it doesn't really matter. So, but yeah, I'm still thinking the Abrams is very good. Yes, we should think about Abrams 2, which would be basically the sort of same thing, but, probably about as heavy because we want the armor protection, but designed better turret and better hull to hold some of the more modern weapon systems in it, kind of thing. And yeah, maybe update the, okay, Arno's going Leopard is better. Now, of course, he's saying that is because he's Dutch and the Dutch use the Leopards, but I found that to be with many Europeans, think whatever their nation uses is better. I will take somebody who is actively drives a Leopard and has served I don't think in tank use, but has served alongside of the United States Armed Forces and as part of a combined group in Afghanistan. So I don't know how much combat he saw, but in a combat theater operation, I'll take their opinions a lot more than yours, Arno. Sorry. Not that I want to do that. The Leclerc is pretty much everything the Abrams has, but it's lighter. Very well. I do. Yeah. I haven't seen the Leclerc in combat against other tanks. And I know they kept telling me, yeah, but those are export versions of the Soviet, or they often were Soviet, or later Russian vehicles that Iraq had. And, if you took the Abrams up against, the Russian or Soviet versions of whatever tanks, they wouldn't do nearly as well, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm watching Ukraine. And, as far as I know, because I've not seen any Soviet or Russian propaganda videos showing how great they are, or any Ukraine videos showing how they explode. We've not seen the Armata show up in Ukraine, so that makes me think, they don't have many of them, but I would have thought that, like in the early days when they thought they were going to have lots of success, you'd want to use just your few Armatas to show how great the Armata is to, this Russian modern sort of tank thing, 3-man tank, an unmanned turret thing, to show how great it was to then try to sell it to, other nations or something, get orders for it. But no, they didn't use that there. So I'm now of the opinion that it wasn't so much that they were the export versions that Iraq used. It's just the Russian tanks suck. So that's my current opinion, is Ukraine has the same tanks as Russia. Yes, they do in many cases. Not in all cases. They don't have the Armata. Truth is, infantry got crowned back in warfare with anti-material weapons. No, I'm disagreeing with you on that, Nazgul. I paid attention to the Iraq war particularly. Yeah. No. Disagreeing. Especially with the active protection system. I forget. It's not the Iron Fist. That was the one that was rejected. The other Israeli active protective system that Israel developed. No. I'm disagreeing. It's just bad Russian maintenance, bad Russian they have 3. I think do they only have 3? I thought it was like 14 or something. That was the number popping in my head about Armatas. But they may be just 3. I thought it was less than 20, but more than 10. I reckon Russians didn't invite NATO to their latest tank fest. No. Was hello, Jevandrez Folik. How you doing? Was ice cream being thrown around in Desert Storm? I don't know. It's the T-14. That's why they have. Okay, they only have 3 of them. Well, cool. Well, then I understand more. I thought they had a few more than that, but if they only have 3, then I understand why they weren't used. Okay, artillery flexibility. That was something that America did very well in World War II. Oh, that's over here. I think. Somewhere. Why am I not seeing it? Because I'm probably not looking in the right spot. Oh, here it is. Okay, good. Keep that going. Assault ships. Flotilla, advance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we'll let that continue. And what was the other thing? Oh, assault. Oh, we can now do construction of the. So what we want to do here is, before we forget, we're going to put in a, well, 3 of them. So we can do more long-range invasions. That will be very helpful. Okay, yes, we'll deploy U.S.A. Did that give me new air forces, maybe? I think. This is good to the bottom. Okay, well, we got, okay, British, oh, we stole some blueprints from Britain. Central planning to level 5. Here, so here because we can't research this, but we've got now the benefits of this combat reinforcement chance by 6. We snuck around the British headquarters and stole a few of their operational manuals and take them back to America and figure out how to read British English. Okay, so we've got some RAF squadrons of Free French, Free Greeks or whatever you want to call it. Okay, Belgium Dutch squadron, nice. Czech squadron. I guess they're giving us to us just because we'll probably make better use of them than the British AI. Okay, we've got more heavy bombers. Good. Good. I think these are all here. Good. So we're reinforcing our heavy bombers. And that's an air ace that showed up here, and we got some carrier air groups that we haven't really deployed very far. Tandem HEMs don't really care that much about ERA, especially if they blow above the tanks. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Active protection systems, not reactive protection systems. An active protection system is either a hard kill or soft kill. The soft kill is, say, a laser type or type light that's shined at a incoming missile to blind it, or some other electronic countermeasures to a guided missile in. Or it is, I forget the name. I really like the concept of Iron Fist better, which was to throw a concussive grenade out in front, or just sort of in front of or parallel or whatever with the incoming missile to knock it off course. The one that they picked decided to use a shotgun type blast, meaning a bunch of projectiles instead of a grenade that goes out and then blows. It just shoots a bunch of, like a shotgun type thing, right at the incoming missile to shred it. So it doesn't care if it's tandem warhead or 25 warheads all in a row. It just shreds the missile, detonates it, or whatever, far enough away from the vehicle before it gets there. So active protection systems, depending on conditions, seem to work very well. You can get conditions, I'm sure, of, say, which I often complain about in War Thunder when I'm looking at it, and sometimes maybe they're too far away to actually scout with the mechanics, but sometimes they're not that far away, but there's like an intermediate hill or something like that, and I think it's registering at the closer hill location, even though I can see the tank and put the crosshairs on it. So if the sort of active sensor systems, which is a radar, so it sends out a signal, and if it's going and bouncing off of, I don't know, a fence, a wall, a hill, or something like that, and the incoming missile is enough, shall we say, behind it, or if not actually behind it, but scattering its image. You're not seeing my hand gestures here, I know. But is coming in over it, that maybe by the time it goes over the crest into the hill, it's too fast of a decision loop for the system to work and engage, possibly. So it's not like a wonder kill. And of course, if you fire 6 missiles at it, and they can only shoot down 3 because there's only 3 shotgun blasts or whatever loaded into the device, you can overwhelm the system. But if the system can work, generally speaking, it will knock out the incoming thing. So I don't know the success rate. It's probably classified, even under ideal conditions. But it is a considerable thing, the active missions. While Ukraine is destroying a lot of Russian tanks, in the air they had little to no success. That's why they requested no-fly zones from NATO. I thought they had old men shooting down aircraft with their rifle or shotgun. Oh, wait a minute, that's probably another false story. In my opinion, a tank needs both ERA and hard kill apps. Reactive armor. And now we have also, again, I don't know if it's propaganda, but I have seen video of what is supposedly, again, this could be all propaganda, but what is supposedly a Russian tank, not a, it's definitely a Russian type tank, could be a captured tank that has then been played with, or it could be a Ukrainian one, but has literally, they popped off some of the ERA plates on and to find rubber inside of the ER plates. The Soviet Union has had a tradition and history of this type of behavior, in which smuggled out of Afghanistan bulletproof vests made it to the West, and to people who, not that I knew them, but I had met them back in the day, then tested these bulletproof vests by shooting at them, fortunately while not wearing them, and bullets going right on through them. So although they might have had a little bit of actual flak or fragmentation resistance, they weren't very bulletproof. And so whether these were and these were definitely ones taken off of, captured from the Soviets at the time during the Afghan War, they were still Soviets then, and had not been, because I knew, vaguely knew them, and trusted them that they weren't messing with them, and they knew the people responsible for getting this stuff out. So these were more like, and whether we don't know, I mean, somebody may know now, but we didn't know then because I haven't paid attention to it, is maybe they also had versions of the vest that actually worked, but they couldn't afford to make enough for everybody, or whatever the case may be, or maybe they never worked and just gave them out as feel-good jackets. This will protect you. Trust us, Ivan. This will, you're protected if you wear this. So be brave. So whether this was just a feel-good jacket or an actual, or some of them were actually, bulletproof. In fact, I don't know. So the Russians/Soviets do have a history of that kind of thing. So it makes me believe the Ukrainian thing is like, hey, yeah, we make these reactive armor segments that you bolt onto your tank. But it costs too much to make too many of them. So, okay, well, the ones that were stationed in East Germany, yeah, those guys, they get the actual ones that work. and that sort of good high-level central command corps that were back in Moscow area, yeah, those guys get the ones that work. The other ones, yeah, 70% of the reactive armor just going to be rubber. They're never going to take it apart. You got to pry it apart. You're not supposed to. They won't know it doesn't. We probably won't ever actually go to war with the Americans anyways, so it doesn't really matter. We just got to look threatening when they count how many tanks we have. So, yeah, ERA, you know, the reactive armor is a very good thing. It does work. You can stack one level on top of another, which the Soviets did do, and still sort of work. Can depend, you know, for tandem warheads. But hell, slat armor also works, and my understanding, sometimes at least, depending on the situation, works against tandem warheads. So, you know, or bar armor, or whatever you want to call it, you know, just standoff armor. So yeah, a lot of stuff works, but nothing works 100%, nothing, either defensive or offensive, as far as I know. I don't think they're that reliable yet and widespread so far. Who says this? NLAW doesn't use laser guidance either. Right, but the NLAW, and I'm not an expert on it, but my understanding is they have an optical sensor. If you shine a really bright light on its optical sensor, you blind it. If you, if it is using an active radar sensor and you detect it, you can potentially, and I'm again not an expert here, but you can potentially send out a signal that will confuse it. So even though, and even if it is heat sensitive, if it's being shot with a laser, it's again blinded. So if it's thermal, if it's optical, or if it is radar, they can be, you know, interfered with. Now, that doesn't mean it's always going to work. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that the NLAW against a modern system, and you're right, they're not widespread. Most American tanks do not have on them. I think they're currently just demonstrator models with this on there. Though I do believe the majority of the Israeli tanks facing Lebanon now, especially after that rather failed invasion recently, do have the system on it. So, yeah, depends on what army and who you're talking to. Now, Israel is much more thinking that it is going to be actually facing combat with its vehicles at a moment's notice, meaning not like in the next 10 or 20 years, but maybe tomorrow. They're going to be sent over and, you know, told to go somewhere. And compared to some nations, depending on what nations you're talking about, but compared to the U.S., they generally have a smaller force. So that gives them the, yeah, we don't want to put this Marine Corps general in charge of this infantry division. Gives them a more likely to get things updated faster, just because need fewer of them and you actually think you're going to actually need them and at any moment, you're much more motivated to get them done there, at least for your frontline units. Now, Israel has a lot of reserve units, and those units sometimes, I don't even know, they still may be using the half tracks from World War II in very reserve type functions for sort of near battlefield, need some sort of armor protection, but I know they were using them into the 80s, again for more reserve stuff, but yeah. Major victory. We are now ashore in Tangiers. And are they're now attacking us. So what we need to do here is Okay, they should be doing, I think, it automatically doing a... Yeah, the Merca Mark IV, but Israel does have a lot of reserve elements. Now, they've upgraded a lot of... Okay, oh, we got the Gibraltar effect now going. Again, so that will help on supply function. Okay, well, I think we're going to be able to withstand this counterattack, but we are ashore in Tangiers. Battle of Tangiers, we just won. Very good. Let me look at, well, we can go to the supply mode. Okay, I don't see, so we need to we need to create a, oh, we can't. Well, I guess maybe it'll be creating it shortly. Yep, it's under American control. Okay. We're going to go fast, so you are a go fast division, relatively so. Normal, back, and back. We're going to go and support the go fast. Yeah, the Mark, and if they need it, they'll use the Mark IIIs. Yeah, well, I do believe a lot of Merkavas have been upgraded over the years. Yeah, and I don't know, you know, Israel's not the type of nation to waste things or throw things away. Now, they may end up selling things like the Magoks and the shot cows. Let me put it this way. I read, you can, I didn't have deep knowledge, but I read that, and I didn't know the nation, they didn't specify, a lot of the militias in Lebanon, with the sort of de-escalation of the civil war, though I still sort of, you still have various Hezbollah and other sort of groups in there, that it could flare up. They moved a lot of their heavy equipment and put it in other places, other nations. I don't know where, and I think I read that it was not in Israel, but I'm not sure where it was, and maybe that it's not in Israel maybe means that it was there. I don't know. But I think Israel either has all those old vehicles or would sell the old, or has sold the old vehicles. They're not the type to throw them away or give them up. But you also have things like the, the Namur armored personnel carrier that's basically a Merkava armored personnel carrier. I know that's oversimplifying the thing, but just basically another sort of super protected armored personnel carrier. But they also still have a lot of M113s. So, you know, they've got a lot of reserve capacity. And they have a lot of, they might have them, but they fight against T-55 and T-62. Yeah, and Israel, I think, again, things may have changed, but I think they have a lot of deep reserves in that they aren't going to lose the next war, whatever it is. And so if all their Merkavas get destroyed and they start finding 60-year-old tank soldiers, you know, or tankers, or whatever you want to call them, they're going to put them in something. And they're going to sit on other borders, whether it be the Sinai if they're pushing into Lebanon, Syria, or sit somewhere to say, no, you don't invade us. We still have more tank units sitting around ready to deal with you. So they, you know, again, I don't know, and they're probably not going to be needed. I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying the units that are facing, because their main threat is for these things is sort of Lebanon. Secondary are things like Gaza. Not so much. They control the West Bank enough to keep them from getting too many modern guided anti-tank missiles, shall we say, in there. Where Gaza, it's a bit more porous, and definitely up in Lebanon, even though they capture ships heading in those directions, full of those missiles at times. But you know, so they're definitely focusing those tanks where they you know are expected to need them sooner. Tank radio communications, 1944. Yeah, Israel. Well, Israel needs to have a great army because otherwise they won't exist. Um, well, hello, Hoi 3 Giga Chad. How you doing? Yep, Israel did. It fought against five nations and won. I think it was at least that because they had various like, oh, Morocco sent a battalion or whatever in some of these wars. You know, I mean, just sort of like, sort of, you know, honorary allies or whatever sending in stuff there. Was looping for a Hoi 3 stream. Well, very good. You finally found one. But we're going to end this episode now. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Love to see you around more often. So thank you so much. Well, I'm sorry, Hoi 3 Giga Chad, but I'm coming to the end. Yeah, please follow the channel. I'm coming to the end for today. I've been streaming for a little over 4 hours now, and my voice is getting a little bit tired, so I'm going to have to end. I'm sorry just when you got here. I really am. But I normally stream starting 4 hours earlier. Don't know where you are in the world. I start 4 hours earlier than this on Saturdays. So you can check me out, or you can scroll down and you can see links to my YouTube channel to see all my YouTube videos of earlier playthroughs and whatnot. So you can check those out. And yes, I love Hoi 3 Black Ice. So, you know, check out the YouTube channel. To everyone else, thank you for hanging out. Yes, War Thunder tomorrow, as Arno is saying, we will be playing again starting approximately 3 hours because I start an hour later on Sundays. I want to sleep in a little bit more. And a few people have been showing up a bit later. So about 3 hours earlier than it is now, wherever you are, we will be starting War Thunder. Playing some War Thunder tomorrow. And if we get enough people, I'm sort of putting that cap at 8. I've set up orders of battle for Britain, America, and Germany as sort of the latter days of, you know, Tunisia, the Tunisian campaign. The order of battle is just what vehicles are allowed to come in based on what was actually there historically, as far as I could quickly research and tell. And we can see how this goes. You said War Tinder. Yeah, okay. I'm ignoring that part. I know. So if we get enough people, we'll be doing that. So we'll actually see sort of historical matching up, if you will, not historical orders of battle as in numbers of vehicles versus other numbers of vehicles, but still hopefully fun. But if we don't get that many, well, hey, it'll be one or more squads, because sometimes we've actually been able to get 2 squads into the same battle or mission. So if we don't quite get to 8, we'll be doing that tomorrow. And I think it's Thursday. I'm streaming for Slytherin Order of Battle. Allies Victorious, I believe, is what that. And I got to poke them on Monday to get the beta or whatever of the newest version of Order of Battle, so I can show it off because I don't have that yet. I don't know about cheating. Wait, you're cheating? I don't know what you're talking about cheating. I don't think I'm cheating. So you demand naval. Well, maybe towards the end or something. But I've told you, Arno, come and hang out some other time of the week, and we can play naval because I love to play naval with you because I love playing naval. Just people don't want to watch naval, it seems. Or air. Well, you've been noticing I've been playing a little bit of air in in combined battles. So yeah, so a little bit. Okay, guys, like I say, my voice is getting a bit much. So see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.